Hey everybody, welcome to today's stream. Hope everyone's doing amazing this wonderful Friday. I got a cup of tea and some kind of not sweet blueberries. Blueberries? Blackberries. Benos and Ear? I remember that name. Welcome back. Hello. Galactic Cat and Rocking and Womprat and Zixie. I hope I said that correctly. And Donna and Fire Girl and T and L and Ert and Vanilla and Monaco. I pronounced that correctly. And Fariha? Oh, that's a name. And Lo-Fi. Welcome guys. The stream might be a little more boring, not gonna lie, because I wrote out a list of a bunch of stuff I have to do, in not necessarily any particular order, but the top parts of the list are kind of important, which is updating Blender and doing some minimal programming. So you'll be seeing me doing a little bit of that. Oh wow, thank you so much, Galactic. I really appreciate that. Have your content and here for the stream. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna need to put this somewhere. One moment. It'll begin the party. Okay. Hey guys, welcome to my desktop. This is where I do all of the this is where I do everything actually. And does this actually work still too? That's great. Yeah, welcome to my desktop. Today we're gonna be no, not this, get out of here. Today we're gonna be doing some I have to do some preliminary software readjusting, so that I don't accidentally get too far into the weeds of like asset preparation and then realize that I forgot to do something and then go, oh no, and I have to like redo a bunch of stuff. So in the last episode, in order for me to work with the fun game engine of Unreal Engine, I had to figure out a nice pipeline system so that I could get characters and assets and animations out of Blender and into Unreal in a nice, convenient and efficient way that let me kind of like jump back and forth pretty easily without having to like manually export things every single time. Even though I do, but that's more streamlined. I had you sort of like that. Oh, all this stuff, like all these icon folder groups thing. It's with a program called Fences. I think it's like 10 or 15 bucks though, sadly, but it adds a bunch of desktop organization features to your computer. And yeah, I think there's some free options out there, or some free versions out there. But I like this one. Yeah, so what are we doing first? The first thing I had to do, or I realized that I had to do, was update my Blender. Turns out all this time I've been using Blender 3.3, which isn't that bad. Like I can do everything with it. It's totally fine. But Blender 3.4 came out recently, and I'm like, oh shoot, I want that. So we got that. But since it's an updated version of Blender, we got to this was 3.3.1. Excuse Bappa Boopy. Hold on. Get me in here. We gotta be in here. Give me this one. Yeah. I might just be able to change this from 3 to a 4. And this from a 3 to a 4. How you feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you, Corp. Yeah, low 3.3 settings, please. Say chill for chilling and party for partying. Why are you guys partying? Good old Blepter. Draw a mass boy, alright. Blender is Blender no matter how much Blender it gets. I know, but I like using the latest versions for quote-unquote bug fixing, even though I'm pretty much using it for its bare minimum. Am I using the Steam version of Blender? No, I just pick up the portable zip version from the website because sometimes I need to jump back and forth between different versions. Like I'm going to be like for this movie, I'm going to be reopening shots and files from older videos, and it's usually just safer to open them in their native versions of Blender. What am I doing? I'm reading your comments. That's what I'm doing. Inspiration, big inspiration. Thank you, Kuramarts. I'm glad you like this stuff, and it's been making you want to make your own. And I'm good on Blepter. We might do some animation today. I don't really know if we will, but we might. How did I get into animation? I've always kind of been into it. But then there was this one guy I met in school. I was like, hey man, what should I do for my life? Should I be a graphics designer or an animator? And he was like a storyboard artist or something. No, he was a... Yeah, no, I think it was a storyboard artist. I'm like, yeah, what should I do for my life? And he looked at me and was like, Denzel, go into animation because still images are cool and all, but like people like seeing them move. And I said, bet. And then I went to college for animation. But I've always been into animation. So either path wouldn't have really mattered. I probably would have ended up at the same place. I even ended up doing both. Like I did animation and graphic design. Just in general for myself. So it was pretty fun. Oh, sorry, I'm eating all my blackberries. And I'm waiting until they're done before I start clicking buttons. I don't want all these Dorito cheese powders on my keyboard. And right as I said that, I ate the last one. The rest don't look that great. And then we slide in our cup of tea. And I take a sip. Okay. Can I draw a dinosaur? Oh, you're funny. I can't draw. Okay. So here we are in a latest version of Blender. And I need to update this other thing here called Prism, which is my file organizer, my project manager, my bread, bone, butter for this for the entire series. And in this, I gotta go into where is it? Project user settings, DCC. Yeah. And we gotta add this instance of Blender so that it hijacks it. and then puts its add-on into it. Now I can give this a restart, and and now at the top right corner here, or top left corner here, we got a little button that says Prism, and I can use it to open my projects and stuff, like Isabel. Wow, funky. But the other thing I have to do is this thing has a file exporter kind of built into it. And pretty much what it does is lets me do a thing called publishing, which, let's say I make an Isabel rig here and I like how I like it. It's good, it functions, and I want to use it in every shot or in every instance of, or every file that I create for it in Blender. Instead of having to like re-import this manually into like every single shot, I can go here and go to C Manager and do a thing called publishing. And this has a system in it that lets me, actually it's the same window. Actually, I can open up a new version of Blender. And this has a system in it that lets me kind of automatically import it. If I go into here and look for Isabel, then we get all the different published versions of it. So I can go in Isabel's file, make changes, republish it, and it'll update the master version of her file, which I can then import, link, where is it? Bam, link. And now I have a referenced instance of Isabel here that that is dependent on the original file. No, there's a better way to explain this. Basically, now I have a version of Isabel in here in this particular file that if I need to change or make fixes to, I can go back into the original file for her, make changes, hit publish again, and then when I come back into this file, everything will be updated and she'll be, you know, more up to date, fixed, vibin', jivin', and you can do that all natively in Blender with Blender's built-in linking system, because that's what this program just kind of taps into, but this makes it more streamlined. And it's also neat because I can use it to export various other things like animations and models and textures and everything. And that's like it's a good time. But bit of a problem here. If I go to export and just do like a little bit of an export thing, we have these different file formats that we can choose, like ABK and OBJ and FBX and .blend and sham. The one we're looking for is FBX because that's what Unreal and Unreal Engine takes, or at least likes the most. But Blender's FBX exporter kind of isn't the greatest. In my experience of trying to make it work, it just kind of brought more problems than it did solutions. And most of the tutorials and educational material I was finding online about how to like make it work and how to make it a smooth process didn't really work for my production needs. So I ended up purchasing a add-on for Blender called Better FBX Exporter. Thank you, YM Galaxy. I really appreciate that. What did you miss? I'm giving everybody a rundown of some pipeline stuff, and just kind of explaining some of the tools that I use and why I use them. But thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I ended up buying a add-on called Better FBX Exporter, and what that does is pretty much just rewrites Blender's FBX exporter. Where is it? This guy right here. So that everything that you export out of the program is kind of game engine friendly. So it like readjusts everything you're exporting so that the scales are correct, the bones are correct, the sizing is correct, your world space unit conversion is correct, and it just works a lot better in programs like Unreal or Unity or Godot or what have you. But it's like $30, so it's, you know, buy it at your own will or whatever. But I purchased it and it saved me. I wish I bought it 2 months earlier because I would have saved so much time if I didn't. But You might not need it, but that doesn't really matter. Though, Prism here, it uses, it just kind of calls Blender's regular exporter, FBX exporter, whenever we use this drop down. So I kind of want to go into the guts of this thing and just say, hey, don't use this one, use this add-on instead when you go to export something, so that I know that it's what I like and it's correct for my needs. And how do we do that? I always forget because I did it literally once and then it worked and I didn't touch it again for like the rest of the production. Where is it? It's called Prism. Oh, it's in the Prism folder. Source Prism here. Wow. No, that is in Unreal Engine. It's the Blender. And for anyone wondering, this search engine thing that I'm using is called Everything. It's just called Everything, but I refer to it as Everything Search because it's easier to Google. And it's a computer-wide search system that lets you pretty much find any file on your computer a lot more conveniently than Windows's built-in file or search bar. This lets you it's really good. It saves a lot of time. All the textures, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you need. What should you call Isabel for short? I don't know. Just Isabine? Put some plugin. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so here we are. Here we found the thingy thing. I think it's in Blender Ini. No, it's in Blender Function. Yeah, so we have to change some of the stuff in all of here. And it's, where is it? FBX. Is that here? No, it's the camera exporter. This is, I think this is it. So right here where it says bpy ops export underscore scene.fbx, that's calling the good old this function here. Yeah, scene dot. I can't move my mouse to show it to you, but the little pop-up window that kind of comes up shows a little Python kind of like piece of code or whatever. We're gonna take the one from this one, which is bpy.ops.better_export.fbx. So I can just type in better_fbx, and now we're in the money. Maybe. I also have to change a couple of these things because these are parameters that it's gonna kind of automatically like select when it goes to call the exporter or whatever. And I don't remember how to do it. It's like we go into, I think, scripting, and I gotta type in bpy. Oh, give me this. bpy dot ops dot better_export. I might actually have to resort to the documentation. I'm actually a fraud. I actually don't really know what I'm doing, so yeah, you're gonna have to bear with me here. But typing that into this console here shows me all the parameters that I have at my disposal, which means we gotta do some stuff. I'm gonna do a bit of a lazy thing here, and I'm gonna go into here. Yeah, credits list, sure. And I'm gonna make a new file, and we're gonna put this as commands. We're gonna paste all this here, and we're gonna do this. So we have global exports, existing true, filter global, FBXDE, my file type, cool, my file type, another file type, another file type, another Maya setting. That's for unit conversion. Use selected. We want that to be true. Spot that with the capital T. We also want use deform bones to be true. Use only selected deform bones. We can do that as false. Use vector animation or vertex animation. We don't need any of that, I don't think. Vector start frame 10, use animation true. Okay, this is where things get hazy. There's this thing called use animation, which essentially is like, if we have animation on the thing that's selected, like, I don't know, Isabel's doing the default Fortnite dance, then it'll take that animation in the use time range, never mind, I don't know what that means. It'll take the animation, but it has some other feature somewhere else, which will only take it a certain way. Or if we have other animation tracks on her character, then like it might take those too, and it's a big oof. So we gotta make sure that's crazy accurate. Let's use mesh rotation. Use only empty root node. Use mesh origin. Optimize for game engine. Yes, please. Ooh. I think I have to make the global scale 0.01 because Unreal likes things to be really tiny, and if they're not, they'll come in huge. Like Eiffel Tower huge. And we don't want that. We don't need any textures. We don't need any of that stuff. Simplify algorithm. I don't think we need that on, but we might need that on. Use unroll filter. We can make that true, I guess. And use independent animation stack false. Oh, that's new. Oh no. So we need this one. We need check existing true. FBX binary. Oh, that's fine. Oh, this is fine. Use selection. That's true. We need use selection. We need use deform bones is true. So give me that too. And that can be false. Use vertex format. I don't really know what any of that means. And so I'll just leave it at default. Use timeline range. Yes, I think I'd want that. No, we'll leave that false for now. In case I make animations that are shorter or longer than the timeline. Is this Blender? You wish. Actually it is technically Blender. We're doing this for Blender. I'm kind of doing some very minimal scripting, which is formatting a little automation script so that it exports, so that when I go to export something out of Blender, it exports consistently a certain way. And yeah, it's a good time. We're gonna take this and we're going to get rid of all this stuff. We're gonna put in actually use selection, file path, output name. I think we need to keep that. Maybe. I actually don't really know for sure. I should also save this as a different one for now, so I don't accidentally destroy the defaults. We're gonna take all this out of here and hope for the best. Give me use selection true. Give me used form bones. So what these mean are use selection is whatever's selected, which is whatever's inside of this box here is what's going to be selected by the exporter. We have used deform bones because Rigify, which is the rigging system that I use for all my characters, includes a lot of extra bones that it can do things like, I don't know, IK, FK switching and head rotations and foot curl rolling and all that fun nonsense. Just extra bones to do extra, to make extra functionality in your rigs. But all that isn't necessary when it comes to actually deforming your geometry. So yeah, we only want the bones that actually bend the model, which is deform bones. I'm also going to want none of this stuff. Use animation, I guess, is true. Maybe. And I guess we'll use that. Use triangulate. My anim type active. Ooh. Okay, because like I need this, but I don't know if active actually works or if it bakes everything down, because there's this thing that I wish this thing could do, which I don't know if it does yet because I also updated this recently. I wanted to bake all my animation down because these animation layers, I don't want to have to bake them manually, which I did last time, which was a bit of a pain, but not that bad of a pain. Okay, we'll try with active right now. We'll see how it goes. And use concatenate. Concatenate. Yeah, we're making a movie. TBN Slater. Well, technically, we're readjusting our tools to make the movie. But we're making a movie. Max bone influence, primary bone. I don't think I changed any of that stuff. Use armature rig. Use rigify. Use root bone. My scale. We need that to be 0.01. Because we wanted to scale everything down from Blender's 1 unit scale to 0.01. Because Blender works in a scene scale 100 times larger than an Unreal Engine. Fun fact. Use optimize for game engine. That's on. That's fine. Use mesh rotation. That's fine. 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 Oh. What does that do again? Hold on, I gotta go to the documentation again because I'm a bit of a buffoon. No, what are you doing? Stop it. I want to take this and search for it here. Documentation being the Blender the Blender Market page for the add-on, because at the very bottom, what was I looking for? False? No. It just separates. Oh no, please, it should be down here somewhere. Down here somewhere. Down here somewhere? Here somewhere? Oh my god. Simplify keyframes, yada yada yada. Triangular smoothing groups, separate files. Okay, this thing. Enables export to separate files by object name. When disabled, exports to a single file. That's fine. Use move origin. That's fine. 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 Oh, I'll put this into. And then use independent animation stack. What does that mean? What does that mean? Help me. Independent animation stack. What is this? What do you mean by this? Oh, thank you. When enabled, exports animation its independent stacks. When disabled, it does not export animation independent stacks. What does that mean? What does this mean? Thank you, documentation. You've helped a lot. You've helped a ton. All right, we'll leave that disabled for now and see how that goes. We're gonna save this script file and then do a test. USD, that's blend file. All of this other stuff is extra fluff and guff. That's Olympic export. I hope this is the right place. I mean, if it's not, then I'll just panic and do it off stream. But so we're gonna get rid of the previous pi file by just renaming it so that it doesn't get seen, and rename our new one to the old one. And then we're gonna give Blender a restart and hope that it doesn't error out when it opens. Crossing our fingies. And the stencil screen blurry. You gotta boost the stream resolution to 1080p. Oh yeah, so okay, it worked. We're gonna go to Timmy and Tommy here because I was gonna use them as a actually no, we can use Tom Nook because he's actually ready. Gonna be lurking. Lurk all you want. What do I think about ChatGPT? I think it's pretty neat. I don't really have much. I don't seem to have much use for it. At least I can't think of much uses for it for myself yet. But I think it's really cool. I tried using it to write a script the other day, and it I don't know anything about scripting, so I went into it knowing that it would give me it would probably generate a script that had errors in it, but I don't know enough coding to know to see it, to see its errors in its ways. So I spent a lot of time going, it's broken, and it went, okay, let me fix, and then it would fix it. Then it would click, it's still broken, and it goes, okay, let me fix. So that was a really a fun experience. but we'll see. All right, so I'm gonna export my Tom Nook here because this version of Tom Nook is already ready for a game engine, prepared in a certain way for a game engine. And if my script editing works, then it should come over just fine in Unreal. No stashes to publish. Oh, success. Okay, guys, we're in the money here. Now we open up Unreal Engine. What's your animation called? Night in the Woods. What do you mean? What is it? It's an animation called Night in the Woods. Well, actually, it's a technically a music video to a cover song or a cover remix from the game Night in the Woods main menu or main theme song. So I made a remix of that and then made the music video for it. But the music video and game and song are all called Night in the Woods. So, yeah, that's what that is. Great game. Highly recommend. Okay, so we're gonna jump into Mask Movie here. And the song's pretty good. There's one part of the song that I really like, which is the whole dream sequence bit that I did in it. I like dream sequences, guys. I think they were pretty fun sequences. Okay, so we're gonna go into here. We're gonna go into characters and NPCs and Tom Nook and FBX sweater. Oh no. I guess we'll update this now. Excuse me. All right, so we're gonna make a test folder here. Call it test, and I'm gonna import my exported Tom Nook into here. It's gonna give me a bunch of guff and huff and puff and say, I'm gonna blow your house down. And then it's gonna give me a bunch of errors. No smoothing groups. Garbage. What is all this here? Boop. Boop. So we imported it, and it's kind of a mess. If you go into the skeleton here, you'll see that he's really small, and he comes with all of this stuff. All of these things here are all additive bones and things for to make his rig work. So I guess our settings aren't really there yet. Pretty cool. We're gonna take all this. We're gonna delete it. And we're going to minimize that, and we're going to fix our little script. Better underscore export. So I guess we don't need this as at 1. We're at 0.1. Let's try 0.1. And use animation true, animation type active, use only deformed bones true. Do I need to hit only selected deformed bones? List. It's not going to select the deformed bones. I have to do that manually. Strange. Very strange. Well, we're going to test this. We're going to save this up. And we're going to give this a restart. Run, please. But I say, oh no, in lowercase. If you're assuming you're referring to me, because we're troubleshooting. Welcome to like 90% of most of the work is just me doing things breaking, and then me troubleshooting for the next like 3 days. We're gonna publish this again so that we can get a fresh version of Nook. We're gonna import the master, import all. This also still comes with all this other nonsense. And he's still tiny, which means that something else somewhere else is probably giving us some conniptions. Like, for example, cam. Type out XPX. Else FBX. Is it that one actually that we have to do? I'm assuming this reads as greater than or equal to 229 and 7. So I'm assuming that greater than also would also include Blender 2.3.4 point whatever, but if it doesn't, then I guess we'll just take this and paste this here. And then we're going to take all this and paste you here. And then we're going to save it. And we're going to try another test. Try another test. Is this a new show? This is a director's cut of the movie. That's what we're doing. How long did it take you to make the skeleton for this model? Not very long. I'll probably re-rig a model later today and show you how that looks, because we have to prepare Timmy and Tommy with 2 different outfits, but not very long. Rigify, which is the rigging add-on in Blender that I use to rig all my characters, is very fast and very easy to use. So really just throw it in, boop, 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 generate, done, kind of. Publish. And go to here, and go to here, and import our boy. It's still giving us errors. Well, it's missing the binds. And he's still super tiny. Which means that his physics assays won't work. Oh no. Tom Nook, what's going on with you, man? How do I do this again? Is it the right click? Exclamation mark? Oh, he's swimming. Yeah, more testing. More testing. What do you mean it's not here? Oh, so it's better export. Okay. Okay, give me a scale of 1. Yeah, it's not even seeing this. Unless this needs to be here. Give me this. File path. Check existing. Welcome, Yuna. Am I making N-size Tom Nook? I'm not trying to. We're trying to make a regular size Tom Nook. It's 4 p.m. here in Canada? Alright. Wait, I'm in Canada. It's 7 p.m. Dang. I envy you in your time zone. Where am I going? Save this and minimize this and give this a restart. West Coast. 10:30 a.m. over in Australia? Dang. I wish it was 10:30 a.m. I could get so much stuff done. Like looking out the window and breathing air. Oh, should re-import this actually. Where am I going? Skeleton mesh. Re-import. And that still is the same, eh? And if we go and we re-import this, delete. What about all this stuff? I don't want to export animations currently. Import. Yeah, we still got all these problems. And we get tweak bones and end bones and what have you. So let me do a quick thing here. Just taking your geometry, taking your skin, and going to export. And then just doing things manually. Does that change anything? Copy, Explorer. Give me, I guess, this path. We're going to be messy for a hot second. And... excuse me. Selection only. We want this at a scale of 1, I guess. We want... I don't need the Rigify rig. We want to keep the root bone, only deform bone, only select deform bones. Only export selected edit mode. Yeah, no, we don't need that. Animation, active animation, all actions. Yeah, so we have to change that at some point. Unroll filter, sure. And all of this stuff we can leave. Yep. Apply modifiers, that's fine. And separate files. We don't want that. We're gonna export this guy as a teast. Snook. Export. We got an error. Why? 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 Okay, well, let's try it again. And this is all the other formats too. Material. I don't want to export any materials. I don't need any of those. Or is that really the problem, guys? Is my FBX exporter just broken? What does this plus button do? What does this minus button do? Why are these here? Oh, for versioning. Sweet. Okay, that seemed to export. Strange. But alright. We're gonna import this into Unreason. Yeah. Alright, cool, that works. Alright, cool, that works. We got Nook looking all nooky, and we can go into here and see him with physics. Wow. Incredible. There he goes, flying away. So that works. Why doesn't the exporter work? Or my little script thing? Help me out, Nook. You doing a nookie. Sorry, I'm taking a quick pause to read your words. Take care, Roto. Thanks for coming by. Hope you have a great day. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good, Funky. I feel kind of funky. Pretty good. You found the channel from the Patapons video. Whoa. That's a throwback. Thank you for watching that and going, oh, yeah, that's pretty sick, dude. And then subscribing from that. That's crazy. I also don't know how if this is like destroying the stream. I don't think it is. But he's doing a Nook. Welcome back, Lucas. I think I saw you earlier. All right, so yeah, we're almost there. We got it. The exporter works. It just isn't working. Okay, what were our settings? What did I do? Oh, actually, let me also quickly turn off a feature in Unreal here. I get this weird bug in Unreal where one time I was trying to do some like VR camera setup thing, and this tutorial was like, yeah, turn off this feature, this use less CPU and in background mode, because that can make it all hunky funky. And I disabled it, and I've never been able to re-enable it like automatically anymore. Every time I restart the engine, it's disabled, so Unreal just eats all my computer resources whenever I'm not looking at it, which makes Blender run slow, and that makes me sad. That's okay, because oh wait a minute, I didn't check one thing. Come back. Oh no. Come back, Nook. I need to check your scale. See, that's what I'm talking about. He's a titan of a character compared to Lolly's house. Oh my god. So we need to bring his scale down to like actually we can leave you in, and we can test this guy. Export FBX. Select that guy. Make this 0.1. 0.1. Keep everything the same, and go back into Unreal. And re-import the model, and that should make him right sized. Yeah. Now why is your bounds like super small? And you're floating. That's weird. So you got all your bonds. Those are all coming in. Okay. What's your physics like? The physics assets are weird. A little bit of nightmare fuel, I'm not gonna lie. That's strange. I'm gonna take this. Only deform bones, animation. Yeah, this should do it. It looks professional. Thank you. I'm gonna check this up. All the music currently playing HCHM is from Animal Crossing City Folk. And the titles of it are everything are in the bottom left corner of the stream. To make animations from your experience, start with whatever you have, because whatever you have is more than enough. Good computer specs only come with the knowledge of why you need them. But when you're just starting out, you don't need a 3090 and 2 terabytes of RAM and a million gajillion stuff, because like you're still learning. Just start with what you got. Just check your scales. Scales are so annoying. Scales are so annoying. Oh my god. Yeah, this is wigging out. Oh, is that the problem? That couldn't have been the problem. Exports. That gave me an error. Try it again. I don't want to embed any materials. I don't need. Do you need a fast computer to do animations? I mean, if your computer is fast, then like cool. And like the speed of your computer only you only see the benefit of it when you're rendering and I guess working with heavy scenes, but you don't need a fast computer to do animation. It's just recommended, and the more experienced you get in working with art and 3D and rendering and stuff, you develop and expand your the reasons as to why a faster computer is necessary to begin with. But at the beginning of it all, don't worry about it. Just make things that you think look cool. Too unreal. Oh, no. Yeah, yeah. Is that the problem? Then we going back into here. Back into here. Okay. Sick, dude. Sick. I'm gonna try that again. And curvature, keep root bone. 10. Yep. Export. Why is that so small? The file for it is like 74 kilobytes when it used to be almost a megabyte or above a megabyte. So it makes me think that you're cheating me. Import. Show me what you got. Yeah, look at that. Actually, that's just the bones for Nook, so that's not that weird, but... Oh, actually, that's the problem, because I was exporting not geometry. You always export your geometry, kids. Geometry keeps your... You don't gotta do me like that, the music. I'm trying to be educational, not a clown. The collector is pretty much just a one-off B plot in the grand scheme of like the overall narrative of the series. I made it because the episode before it and after it were well, actually the episode before was kind of heavy and kind of sad, and I'm like, all right, I think it's time for everybody to have a little bit of a fun break, so let's make a fun one. And then we made the collector because the video after it was going to be town meeting. No, which one was it again? Because the video after was going to be, yeah, town meeting, and town meeting was going to be kind of sad. So we made a nice one. Okay. All right. Sorry, yeah, the tick box I missed was make rigify rig, or make rigify arm, yeah. Buttons. Delicious buttons, I tell you. So we're gonna go into here. We're gonna go into here. I'm gonna steal this and put you, I guess, here. And make you true. Save that, minimize this, go back into here. Don't save this. Give Blender a restart. Geometry nodes is super cool. I love geometry nodes. I don't know how to use them to their fullest extent, like all of my idols, but It can do a lot. I've used it in the past, and I love it. Okay, the moment of truth, guys. We're gonna export Nook in the hopes that that's all we needed. Yeah, get out of here. Cause like once we get this working and like working, we only have to do it once. Oh yeah, it's still giving me problems. Or is this not even calling the right exporter? Because I don't actually know for sure. Let's see. FBX, 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 shot cam. Yeah, there's no more past that. Let's go back up. Fix animation exports is broken. Let's import. And this is ELF. I'm missing something. Like this bracket and this bracket. No, that's all in here. All you guys have colons. Let me take this guy. Put you here too. Save it. And then and does the exporter actually name that correctly? Exports. Ooh. Wow, what hilarious community timing. Yeah, I have a spelling mistake in here. Get out of here. I don't think I need the scene. Okay, give that a save. Hopefully that should do it. Hopefully, fingers crossed. That's a lot of code. It is a lot of code. I understand none of it, except for this one specific area, which is pretty much this is I don't know what this means. It's just yeah, we're exporting as a .fbx file format. Use the animation from the start frame to the end frame, I guess wherever your playhead here and to wherever it ends. This is just checking what version of the program that you're using. This is stop it, clown music. This is basically just saying, all right, what kind of function do you want me to call? Like, what kind of exporter do you want me to use? Because Blender's kind of got a few of them. And then these are the parameters that you want it to use. So it's just like, make sure this is ticked, make sure this is ticked, make sure this is ticked. And then if all that goes smoothly, then we should get a functioning Tom Nookington export. Still no. Okay. Panic mode. Is it better export? Yeah. bpy.ops. Better exports. .fbx. Bracket. All the settings. Close bracket. This is not the correct one. Prism apps. Prism apps. There's one for Unreal here. M3 is max? Since when? What was it actually in here? Apps. Oh, wait. Standalone? Scripts? Plug it empty. Custom. Scripts. Tools. Prism. Where are you located on my computer? Yeah, Prism 2. Plugins. Apps. And then where's the Blender plugins located? Thank you. Unreal, all the deadline libraries, cool. User settings, plugins, Blender. Open an Explorer. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was actually getting the wrong script, guys, this whole time. Oh my god. Take all this, copy. We go into here, and we're gonna open this one. Big oof. Import function. Export scene. That's for camera. This looks more familiar. Hey guys, welcome to I'm a Big Goofball, the show. I was editing the wrong script the whole time. Turns out it was for, I think, the one for the older version of Prism. Big sorry, I'm wasting everyone's time. Yeah, it should be then. I just go to here, get rid of this, type in the word better, underscore, and then we replace all of this with all of this. Replace all of this with all of this, and I gotta make sure the spacing is correct because that matters. Okay, catch your name. Expert FBX, self shelf. Yep. We can test leaving all of that, and I'm gonna save this out as a new one, just so that I don't overwrite the old. And then we're gonna get rid of the old one. Yes, please. Don't worry, we're almost done. If this works, then we're Gucci. We're Gucci. Making a whole new video thing or just putting the series together, if that's the case. Why do you have to start over? We don't have to start over, but I am making a compilation. Though what I'm doing now is I've updated a bunch of my tools for bug fixes as well as plugin updates and stuff. And I kind of have to like readjust some things. But also I'm going to be adding new scenes into the movie, so we're going to be adding new scenes, which means that some characters might need to be reworked, some old files are going to have to be readjusted and kind of upgraded as well, and I'm currently just trying to make sure that all my tools will let me do that. All right, Aaron, I got some bad news for you. How I organize all my icons like this is with a paid program called Fences. It pretty much just does exactly this, which is makes little group folders for things. It's $15, but it has a bunch of other features like this and desktop pages and desktop icon configuration snapshots, a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's just unfortunately not free. There are free versions of this kind of program. Yeah, what's it called? It's called Fences. Icons, no. from Stardock. Yeah, they gotta get out of here. Called Fences. You can use it to do all sorts of desktop organization. Because these things are pretty much just fancy re-graphicked, adjusted looking. They're just folders. They're just folders that are presented to look like a little box. Yeah, that's neat. I like it. I got it once, and then I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. I'm using it since. It made you so emotional. Oh, I'm sorry. Not sorry. Yeah. I'm glad you liked it. Alright, I need to open Nook. I need to take your thing, export, don't error out. Unknown error, files do not exist. Huh? What do you mean? It's right here. Okay, I guess we'll try it again. Name this. Yep. And we get an error. Okay. I totally understand what all this means. Close that. Cool. And it didn't publish anything. So, what does that mean? Yeah. Coding. Oh no, I wanted this to be 0.1. Self get override context? I don't think I did that last time. We're actually gonna take this and put you. That's better export, right? I'm not crazy. Oh, thank you, Lua Rock. Had numerous UFOs and airstrikes. The end scene. Ooh, I like the way you think. But we can't do that because airstrikes don't exist in Animal Crossing. I appreciate you too, Aaron. Thank you for watching the stream. Is it a coincidence that Tom was seen in the in-between zone and the morning turnips, or was it foreshadowing? I don't know. You're gonna have to come up with your own conclusions. Words. Okay, we'll go back up here. Okay, what if, get rid of this, give me just this and just this, export as a test, as a FBX, and yep. Okay. Files do not exist. What do you mean by that? And if we go into the Explorer for it, does it make a thing? It just hurts us instead. Look, Wonder, I like you as much as the next guy, but you gotta work with me here. So how are you guys all doing? I feel kind of bad that I'm just like clicking around on Windows today, but also not fully, because this is exactly what I was intending to stream today. Because you gotta see this. It's fun. Thank you, Domix. I'm glad at the stuff. Like, there's 71 of you here that are just watching me like go and I find that ridiculous. Oh, wait a minute. this needs to be saved over this. And then give this a restart. I think that was a problem, actually. I think I might have just been using the wrong, it just wasn't finding the right script. Was that the problem the whole time? Oh my god. Guys, why am I terrible at coding? Huh? Ah. I know the add-on works. And I know Prism here can work. But one of y'all ain't doing it for me. Export FBX, self, output name, origin, start frame, end frame, export nodes, use anim. If BPY app version is equal to or greater than or equal to 2 numbers, use Blender Better FBX with these parameters. Else, use the other one. Everything else should be correct. So if I export this as like an OBJ, that works fine. If I export this as an ABC, that works fine. If you export it as an SFBooks, then we get a delicious error. What do we have to do? Oh, right, words. Quick pause so I can read your text. Doing fine? That's great. I'm doing well. That's great. Clicking around on Windows is what I'm here for. That's great. I just watched stream again. Well, I'm actually doing something else too. Have to get some work done too. That's great. A ton of fun just listening. That's great. I'm working on Unreal right now while watching you in the tiny window. That's great. Hope that project's going pretty great. Alright, lost your mom a couple weeks ago. I'm sorry. Hope you're doing okay. Work about research papers. That's pretty great. Okay. Family enjoyed the AC content during the series. Kid was watching with me. Aw, thank you for watching. Do you do a lot of Python for this, or is this just a Prism thing? It's just a Prism thing. I have no idea how to code or do any coding. And even getting this far was a challenge the first time because I was like, hey, I just want to make this thing do something else. So yeah, no real experience. So you're doing this. I never actually knew how you did this. Yeah. It's we're living our best lives. Yeah, and right now I think it's just right now it's having conniptions. I think trying to find the script or execute it, which doesn't really make sense because it's here. Unless we go into here and I want to reload your plugin, please. User settings, DC plugins, Blender. Application root. load. And that's, yeah, that's where we are. Wow. Snarly beast. It is. I'd love to actually learn how to properly program someday, because I think it'd be very valuable. But also, every time I try, I'm like, I don't get it. Well, no, I get it, but I don't get it. So, it's a bit of a time. Yeah, like, what files don't exist? Help me understand, Prism. What do you want from me? What do I need to give you? Because this all worked last time. Okay, what if we just leave all this? Export? Oh no. I think it's scene export? Export underscore scene. Export underscore. Wait a minute. Did I just have it wrong? Yeah, no, better export. How is it? That's said better export. Unless I spelled better wrong. I don't think I'm that dumb. But I've proven myself. I've surprised myself in many ways before. Yeah, okay. So if we change this to export underscore scene. And we give this a restart. Using and debugging as you go. I want her all to work now. Okay, you give me an error. I'm assuming that's all because of the... Oh. I forgot the T. Cool, thank you. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Thank you. Yeah, should be it. And then all this fun stuff. Okay, what if we got rid of all this for now? Just left it. Save. Bam, bam. Run, please. Thank you. Oh, take care, Lucas. Thank you for your support. I think my laptop would explode. You never know. You never know. You can do. All right, finally an error I can read. Do you make the models or buy them? You take them from the game files, and then just re-prepare them for these various needs. I don't think I've ever bought a model before. I usually just try to make do with whatever free ones I can find online. Like Sketchfab is a pretty good place. Do I watch anime? So what's your favorite? I'm gonna have to give it to currently To Your Eternity. That's a pretty good time. I had a friend some weeks back completely bring me completely up to speed on Attack on Titan, and it was the longest 2 hours of my life, but oh my god, that show is dense. But yeah, it's a good time. Okay, call. Wrapper, yeah. Export, yeah. Better export, yeah. Hops and call. Okay. Blender exporter. What? Where is that? Okay, Blender, scripts, add-ons, better export it up. Okay, yeah, so you're missing some of these things. Oh, wait a minute. Was just one of the lines wrong? Use it all armatures. Use it all armatures. Okay. And then all this stuff is... Okay. Thank you. We're going to go into here and steal scripting y.ops.better underscore export .fbx. Give me use selection. We'll try that out. We'll try that on for size. Use, where is it? Selection underscore. It's true. Yeah, colons all the way down. Save that. Close that. Ooh. How about Yu-Gi-Oh? Thoughts? I used to watch Yu-Gi-Oh when it used to air on TV, and I was a big fan of its concept, but I never understood the card game. I got a bunch of them, and I'm like, yeah, Blue Eyes White Dragon. And I have to sit there and like read the description of it and go like, okay, so I can't do that. I can't. You can do that. I already lost. Never mind. But the show was fun. You've been interested in making a short about Animal Crossing DLC. So I actually wanted to include more like the DLC stuff, like the Happy Home, Paradise Designer, or whatever stuff in this series, but I couldn't find a good place for it, or I couldn't like fit it into the narrative, I guess, in any real way. So we just decided not to. Instead of a normal verified icon. Actually, okay, so Dairy Up, the funny thing about that was I got the artist verification when I used to do music. If you look earlier on the channel, all my earlier videos are all just music videos and like remixes and covers and stuff. So during that time frame, I was in this mindset of like, yeah, I'm gonna be a musician. That's my calling. I'm gonna become the next the living tombstone. It's gonna be magnifique. And I couldn't get I wanted to verify my channel in some way. I wanted the check mark, but you get the check mark at 100,000. And I'm like, I'm never gonna get there. But there's the artist one, which is just as cool, maybe. So I signed up for it, and I got approved for it at like half the subscribers needed for a regular check mark, and then we exploded, and we kind of kept going, and I'm like, sweet. I'm pre-verified and had the music icon, and I remember one day I tried contacting YouTube, and I'm like, hey, can I get the check mark instead of the inside of the music note, and they're like, you can do that if you want, but like they come with different features. And since both of them are already a verification system regardless, like you already are verified, so you don't really need the check mark. And I'm like, okay. Because the music icon lets you, I don't know, do things like schedule concerts and put that like underneath your banner and stuff, and also has the topics page which merges into your main channel. So if you were to look up some of my music, then it's uploaded to the Denzel page and then a Denzel topics page, and the topics page videos come from my actual Denzel page. Yeah, I wanted the check mark, but the check mark ended up not being necessary. So it's a time. I like the Pokemon anime and the Kirby anime. Those were fun. At least I'm remembering the older versions of them that also used to air on TV. Have I watched the second season of To Your Eternity? Ooh, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But it's a good time. He turns into a wolf. He bites people. Ever seen BB and BCS? Ooh, those are acronyms, I'm assuming, and I don't know what they mean, but probably not, unfortunately. Kirby has an anime? It had an animated series that used to air. I don't know about anything more recent, but yeah. It was a good time. Hey there, Spoopy. Welcome to the stream. So that's why it takes so long. Yeah. All the testing, all the fixing. Oh my god. So imagine. Wait. Somebody else has arrived in my house. Oh well. So fun little story. So the reason why I'm doing all this to begin with is because Unreal likes FBXs, or likes things being imported us like to come in a certain way, or them being exported a certain way. I did it once before, so like I have all these characters and stuff that we got, like sheep. Come on, Pietro and Squirrel, like Marshall, and for them to come in correctly, to be used and seen and handled correctly inside of the engine, it needs to be exported a certain way so that when you import it, everything gets interpolated correctly, like their bone sizes and their scales and all that fun stuff. And what I'm doing in Blender is trying to not necessarily spoof, but get my exporter to use a better exporter that lets me streamline the exporting like settings process. Because then it makes for working with animation significantly easier. Back when I was kind of just learning Unreal, I didn't know how to do any of this stuff. So for like 3 months, I was just like watching every single tutorial, trying every single export setting, importing for days on end. Like I was like for weeks, I was exporting and re-importing, changing settings, and just doing this pretty much. Actually, not really necessarily this, but pretty much this for weeks, and it was pain. But then we got this plugin, and then everything worked okay better, and then it was a good time. But now it's kind of not working. So I'm trying to solve this problem so I don't have more problems later, essentially. And it's a time. It's a time. We're almost there, kind of. Maybe. Dang. Yeah, I guess I might have to do this later. Because I don't know. It should be working, but it's just not. And if I remove all of this stuff, unless I'm just missing something, like some line that it needs to see, which is totally possible. List. Why is this missing an end bracket? Unless, does that have to be included? y dot better underscore export books. One second. Become a flight simmer now. I like flight sims, but the only one I really ever played, which isn't necessarily a flight sim, is Elite Dangerous. Oh no, that's not working. Better export. And like I have like a whole HOTAS thing for it too, so I can like woo play with the throttle and joystick. It's fun. But like I love it. It's fun time when I play it, but I never played enough. The idea of me flying a Boeing 77 or whatever in like Microsoft Flight Simulator and all those buttons and knobs, I'm like, huh, I'll crash. Oh, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Yeah, I watched Breaking Bad, and I'm currently on the last season of Better Call Saul. I've been taking a bit of, I've been on a break from it, and then I'm now kind of talking myself into getting back into it. And I watched a whole, I think, 2 episodes so far, and it's a good time. It's a great time. It's a delicious time. It's Breaking Bad. It's Better Call Saul. He's calling Saul. Saul's on the phone calling Jimmy McGill himself, going speedy justice for you. How long have I been doing stuff like this? For quite a while. A lot of working in 3D and art is like just troubleshooting. And it's a good time. What am I doing? I'm trying to get this to correctly show me the goods. Yeah, bpy ops.better_export.fbx. That's what I wrote. Wow. I guess I spelled something wrong somewhere. Yeah, this is missing an end bracket. Oh. That can't be it, can it? Wish I still had my the script from last time. No, not that. Copy that. Copy that. File path. Save that. Close all this stuff. Close all this stuff. Thank you. Alright, we get an error on line 502, which I'm assuming is here. And it's gonna freak out for a while. Okay. Oh wait, no, hold on. This needs a colon. Ah, Notepad Plus? I think I have that somewhere. Notepad Plus. No, I guess I don't. Never mind. It's fine. Is it? Should I get Notepad Plus? I didn't want to do that. I literally thought it wouldn't be this complicated. I literally thought it wouldn't be this complicated. I wrote this on in my little journal, and I'm like, yeah, we're gonna do this exporter thing, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be the easiest thing since sliced bread. And it turns out that the bread's kind of soggy, and like every time you cut into it, it just kind of mushes around, and you're like, oh no! And you have the wrong knife, so it's just making it even worse. You're like, oh no! And your countertop isn't actually a countertop; it's your parents' fine china, and you're scratching it all. Like, oh no! So it's a bit of a time. Quick break on that, so I can read your words. Why UE, not Blender for your animation work? So I've been using Blender for all the episodes except for the last one. And while working on the last one, I reached this point where I was kind of relying really heavily on a lot of add-ons to make up for a lot of Blender shortcomings, at least in terms of using it in a very specific type of way. I had been developing this workflow that was working, but yeah, it had to rely on a bunch of stuff that Blender just wasn't really good at doing itself at the time. And because of that, it was making rendering harder, it was making animation harder, it was making just working in Blender more cumbersome and more not confusing, but more complex, and adding a lot of areas for failure when working on these projects. And as we grow in ambition, as these episodes grow in complexity and grandeur and what have you, the last episode, or the part 9 reset part 1 or whatever, that one was kind of like the nail in the coffin, or the, I don't know, the string, the dongle that broke the camel's back or whatever. And I'm like, I want to do the next episode, but I don't really want to do it in Blender again, because it causes a lot of stress and a lot of there's a lot of room for improvement in terms of like using Blender in this kind of capacity, at least for my workflow. And then I was like, if I were to do the last episode in Blender, I'd have to either scale down the scope of the episode significantly so that I can just do it, which meant a shorter episode, less ideas, less grandeur, less effects, so that I can just render it all in a time frame that like worked for me, which meant, unfortunately, not making an episode that I was hoping to make, because I had written the script for it first and was like, yeah, I want to make this big honking mess of an episode and it's gonna be great. But also the idea of doing it in Blender was kind of nightmarish, because it would be hundreds and hundreds of shots and tons of animation, and a lot of trying to do a lot of workarounds with the Blender's limitations and stuff. And I'm like, the idea of doing it in Unreal or in a game engine is significantly more attractive. At least the path of trying to figure out how to do it in Unreal seemed more attractive than trying to figure out how to do the last episode the way that I did it in Blender. And on top of that, I for years I had always wanted to learn Unreal, so because it just seemed like a really great tool. So yeah, we took the plunge and we moved to Unreal, and because of that, I was able to make the episode as big as I wanted. I could do all the things in it that I wanted. It had a lot of tools and things that made up for some shortcomings that Blender had. Like, for example, I don't know if it'll work right out of the gates. Players, Isabel, physics asset. Give me your ears, or give me your hair, your ears. Unreal just has tools to do things like this, like hair and character physics and stuff. You can do that in Blender, but it's a bit of a nightmare. And in here, it just works. We can have her entire character ragged all over the floor. Woo! And it just works. Okay, works with an asterisk. There's a lot of troubleshooting that gets involved with that. Stuff like that, which helps me reduce a lot of work. Then there's like the idea of how you prepare assets in here and how you make your sets and your scenes and your shots and everything like that. It's a lot more freeing than trying to do it in Blender, like working inside of a game engine, not necessarily just Unreal, but not necessarily only Unreal, but like just with real-time software. Everything works on like a what you see is what you get kind of philosophy. So everything gets built up at the same time, and you work on all different departments at the same time. So like, what's a good example? like Lolly's crafting. No, give me the level for it. The exterior. Like for example, most of your lighting can also be handled in the set building phase. So when you're just like building out your sets for how like your worlds and your spaces and stuff, you can also light everything like how you'd want everything to naturally look. And then when you just do your animations and put your characters in the scene, everything's just ready to go, and you can just like plop your cameras down and then and get going. So like I don't know, I tried remaking the opening shot for Lolly's crafting here, and it looks pretty good. I have to fix the grass because that's kind of broken, but it looks pretty good. So yeah, pretty much just overall, it just had a ton of tools that like that would make my workflow or my style of workflow a lot easier to do, and a lot more streamlined, I guess. But this scene is quite heavy, so we're gonna move into the interior of Lolly's house because it's lighter. Yeah, it felt like a not necessarily a no-brainer, but like a good idea of a switch, because now it frees me up to like do a lot more in a lot less time. On top of the speed. Unless it would be too single player. Yeah, I think the file path thing wasn't correct. Like it should just be you call the function, you set some of the parameters, and it's all well and dandy. But I guess something somewhere has changed, and now it's no longer functioning the same way that I did before, which makes me very sad. We'll hold off on that for a hot second, because I'm on text reading break. Thank you, my name is Alex. I'm glad you like the stuff. Thank you for coming by and saying hi. How do you rate both of the shows? How do I rate both of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? I don't know. I guess I'm a bit I'm biased, so they get 8s and 9s from me because I'm a big fan of the show and the style of the show and all the characters and stuff. Yeah, pretty high on my list of good tier. Every episode's a work of art. What do with getting UI interface made for Better FBX? Better FBX, it's just an exporter. So like if you were to go into here and export in Better FBX, like it already has like a bit of a UI thing for all of its settings and stuff. What I'm doing is essentially just automatically ticking these boxes when it goes to export something, because that's what this thing does. It just calls this and then just ticks a bunch of options and then exports the file and auto names it and puts it in a folder somewhere. So it doesn't really need a UI, at least past that. This must take a lot of time. Oh, it do. Fine, I'll get Notepad Plus, and I'll cry. Notepad, download, open and install. Give me it. Give me the goods. Wait, what's all this stuff? Themes, plugins, autocomplete file. Yeah, why not? I don't need a shortcut. And run. Visual Studio Code, guys. I don't want a whole coding program for this. Because that's the thing. It's like all this worked fine without needing to have to get all these tools. I think I got all these before, and I was like, this is too much for my needs. I just need to change some words in this text file, which wasn't necessary. But now we're here. FBX. Oh my god. Was the spacing just wrong? Please. That couldn't have been it this entire time. But it might have. Save. And go into here and give this a restart. Go into here and make sure that this is actually not doing that. Great. Minimize that. Give this a restart. Yep. Let's see, the materials, indirect lighting, depth of field, general cinematography matches so well with the previous episodes. Cool. Yeah, it's a bit. I was really worried when swapping over because I'm like, I hope people don't look at it and go, "Oh, this looks worse than like the last video." Yeah, that's not it. I was worried that people would look at it and go, "Oh yeah, this looks worse than the last video," or like the quality of it seems to have taken a downgrade. And like if you were to put the both of them side by side, like a Unreal render and a Cycles render, like there are noticeable differences, but I think what we lose in visual fidelity, we gain in artistic ability, because like the effects systems were really cool, like doing the lasers and the teleporting effect and the particles and stuff. Like I could do that in Blender, but it's requires baking and generating and a bunch of time-consuming nonsense. When trying to do the dissolve effect in Blender, requires a huge array of geometry nodes that requires a bunch of workarounds and texture switching and material editing and stuff. And like doing it in Unreal is just you boop, 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 set it up in the master shader and everything just kind of works okay. And then that's nice. But yeah, it's just they can both do the same things, but they have different tools that make it significantly easier to do certain things in either programs. And I'm fine with either. Thank you, Lure Rock. I appreciate your donation and your words. Denso, please check out Biggering, the '88 AC remix. I'll check it out after. But thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. You are with this very much more the right tool for their job. Yeah, it's also just generally good practice to like, I don't know, just shake up your workflow if you're like comfortable in something, because you never really know what cool new tools are out there that can do something that you've been doing for a while a lot easier. I've been following Unreal for a good bit, and I'm seeing that it's being used a lot more in like film production and stuff. So I'm like, wow, now is probably a pretty good time to switch. It's a bit of an uphill battle for it, but like once you get over that hump, that massive Everest size hump, wow, it's pretty cool. Is this a compilation of the previous videos? Yes, sir. What kind of tea do you like? I like pretty much like all kinds of teas, but I'm more of a fan of like fruity sweet teas. And specifically Earl Grey's. There's one day I just got some and said, "Oh, I understand." And then now I buy a bunch. Allegrura? Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. I appreciate that. You're stuck on 3ds Max due to your day job, and I've been hoping for a studio switch to allow other tools like Blender eventually. That's fair. Like I used to be a Maya guy for quite a while, but specifically for the same reason. It was the tool. It's the industry standard animation tool for like most of the VFX industry, and it's great. But I also kind of hate it because it's kind of archaic in some ways. And Blender was really refreshing when I started picking that up, and that's been a good time. And I kind of haven't looked back since. But then now we're back in. All right, so there's this one thing that I like, that I really love about Blender, that beginner Blender users really hate, which is the lack of gizmos. So where is it? Where are we going? Give me the gizmos. Give me the gizmos, please. Yeah, which is lack of gizmos, like these little handles that you click and drag to move things around, and every application under the sun does this, just uses gizmos, and everyone loves them. Blender has them, but also does introduces a new kind of system, which is the grab, rotate, and scale hotkey or gesture. So you just, regardless of where your mouse is, or anywhere in the viewport, you just hit G and you can start moving things, or hit R to start rotating things, or hit S to start scaling things. And you don't have to click any handles anymore. You can just be anywhere and hit a button on your keyboard and start moving things. And it's even neater because you can hit that one hotkey and then like also hit X to lock it to the X axis or the Z axis or the Y axis, or hit 2 at a time so you can lock it to a plane. And it's once you start getting like used to it and it becomes quote unquote second nature, then like it's wild. You can have a camera in your scene and be looking through it. And go, oh, I need to move like this thing that's like kind of off screen, but the gizmo for it is kind of off screen. You can just like, oh no, it's out there, and I have to like get out of my camera and then like move it and hope to God that it looks like it's in the right spot. But you can just do it all from the camera, and it's all great and dandy. G, move it back. It's probably not the best example, but it adds so much more like capabilities and functionality to it, and I'm like, I wish more programs did this, because only Blender does it. So when switching over to Unreal, it's even worse over here, because Unreal isn't like mouse hover specific with its hotkeys. Like you have to click into your windows to make sure that your hotkeys in these windows work, and it makes for working like the timeline so much harder, because like to get in and out of your camera is one hotkey, but that same hotkey is different for what window you're in, and I'm like, oh, I need to move my couch just into frame more. I have to get out of my camera. I have to click into my viewport, hit the camera, get out of hotkey, and then move the thing, and then click into my timeline so that I can toggle the same hotkey. And I'm like, it's a time. I'm very passionate about this Blender hotkey, this Blender move grab scale, which is one of the also bigger reasons why I don't animate in Unreal, because it tries to be like Maya, which is gizmo oriented, and pair that with the having to jump in and out of your window and viewport and stuff all the time to move things is nightmarish. Blender's fine. Blender's fun. What snack do you recommend to watch this? Popcorners. Hashtag not sponsored. I'm kidding, they're okay. Did you say that you like tea of the highest quality? Get out of here. That's terrible. Have you played some of the early Animal Crossing games such as Wild World or New Leaf? Actually, I started with Wild World. That was the first Animal Crossing game I got into because a friend of mine gave it to me as a gift for my DS. And I said, oh, thanks. And she was like, bet. And I played the crap out of it for years. And then from that, I was able to, we grew the love and affection and appreciation for the Animal Crossing series. And then eventually I played the first one, and was like, wow, I'm way past the point where I'm able to enjoy this, but, excuse me, I appreciate you existing. Autodesk hasn't upgraded more than a line of code on their software since the Reagan administration. Yeah. Like, Maya and 3ds Max, like, they're great software, but, like, Blender is on some other level when it comes to updates and feature adding and the community's add-on game and the amount of tutorials and things you can learn for it. Like, it's genuinely great software, and yeah, it might not be as capable as Max or Maya in some ways, but like, it's great software. I don't miss Maya at all. Or Max. I also learned Max in school, and it was great. It was fine. It was cool. I like its stack modifier, but it also looks like a program that has never had a UI refresh since it was created. So that's a time. What are we doing? We're scripting, guys. Alright, get rid of all this stuff. We're gonna take this. We're gonna take this guy and put you here. Up. BPY. Thank you. Dot ops dot yada. And we're just gonna take this and go true. And we're gonna save it like 4 times. And then we're gonna restart Blender. And that probably won't fix the problem, but we're gonna cross our fingers and hope it does. I'm a new fan. I just wanted to see your art live. Is there any way to check out your art? Unfortunately, no. Only through the live streams can you appreciate the stencil art. Or on ArtStation, or damn, or YouTube, or the Yum Yums. All right, fine. What if we? Underscore scene. Thank you. And then we're gonna get rid of this. And we're gonna hope that it just is default things. Save that. That. Get rid of this version. It's like full pay for making download Notepad Plus. No, Notepad Plus wouldn't be the problem. But it does let me see it a little nicer now, so I appreciate your tries. Come on. Okay, so I swapped it back to the old exporter, and we get an error because we have no other lines of code in it. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Okay. Actually, give me the old one. Books. Export function. Yep. Cool. Give me all this, please. And dump you in here. And is that the same for the second version? Sure. And then give this a save, and we're going to give you a restart. I don't need to always ask. How long do I think this will take me? The whole day. I've been at this since 6, and we're still just as far as we were when we started at 6. Alright, so that works. But if I import this into here, then it'll be broken because the exporter do be sucking. Yeah, all these problems. Okay. So oh yeah, because I have to reinstall it. That's why it's gone. I'll keep this VOD up. You want a whole 5 hours of me technically troubleshooting? Yeah, it'll be available. In the description of this video, there's a link to a playlist. That the playlist is public on the channel, but all the live streams aren't. And that's where every archived live stream will go. It's just in a playlist. You can watch every stream. Every stream since my first one is on there. It makes the Windows ping noise in this. Oh, I'm so sorry. Every time we get an error, we get the Windows ping. How long does it take for you to create one video? It depends on the video. They range from a week to several months, depending on the scope. A good therapist? I can never be a therapist. I'll just sit there and nod and go, how does that make you feel? And you'll go, you asked that 4 times already. And I'll say, yeah. And how does that make you feel? Oh, wait a minute. Actually, never mind. Never mind. I thought I was smart. Yeah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Let's have to change this somewhere else. Backwards direction. There's only 4 of them. This one's for camera exporting. This one's for OBJ export, and this one's for FBX and FBX. And like, I know it's enabled. Here we have the thingy thing. Yeah, so you should call the function and it should be fine. And then if we go into yonder, bpy.opstop, export. It's the 6th time you've been live. Welcome. Ooh, Reza Studios. I hope I pronounced it correctly. But welcome to the stream. You can't even texture a sphere. What? How? Texturing a sphere is so easy. You just add a sphere. That's a circle. We add a sphere. We right click on it, make it shade smooth so the normals for it are bussin', and then actually yeah, we need texture view, and then you go into the material editor here. You add a material, and then you can add a checker material texture, and that's it. You did it. You textured your first thing. You can even make it super shiny. Super shiny or super not shiny. Yeah, man, texturing's easy. You could do it. I believe in you. Yeah, Taurus. It takes many hours to make a short, but I'm trying to find a good way to rationalize why. But because there's a lot of steps, and some steps require more attention than others, like technical troubleshooting, so that you in the future, you know, don't stress out too much, as opposed to, like, I don't know, animating, which is pretty simple. Take care, Allegrura. Oh my god, I'm sorry if I butchered that. I think you'd be a good therapist. Can you please ask us how we feel again? How are you feel? How does that make you feel? You zoomed into a syntax check. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure it's just somewhere here, that we just need to. And I'm missing something that it's looking for when it calls it. But yeah. I didn't write the script, so, you know, I'm not that eager. From the shirts and organizing everything, I've done that. I have most of the stuff organized. I think he means unwrapping, but he could watch a level 1 tutorial. Unwrapping's also pretty easy. It's like trying to unravel a puzzle. You like the Lakitu cameo? Me too. Oh, that thing was quite a time, that Lakitu model, because I stole it from, I think, Mario Kart 8. And I had to retexture some stuff on it because it wasn't working, or like the textures for it kind of weren't really working. And then the fingers to it, I rigged it only enough so that he could just do a wave. So his fingers don't bend correctly. They bend like when you think of bending your fingers, like you think of your fingers wrapping into your palms, but instead think of your fingers turning 90 degrees to either the left or right and bending towards each other. And that's what his fingers did. But I'm like, we only see him once for like 10 frames, so it's fine. Like a plastic bag. Yum. Hey, how long am I planning on doing this? Streaming probably for another couple hours. Hopefully, because I wanted to do some other stuff. Like, this list has more things on it than just, we're only on the second item on this list, which is rewrite FBX exported to Prism, but we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 things that I was hoping to do. But that's well, we're getting there. Ooh, actually, okay. What if? No, I'm just repeating the same steps again and again. Yeah, it's just better export. And yes, there's a BPYFX file path, which I don't think is in here. Yeah, I think that's just this thing. I'd love a cookie. What do you need a Python script? I'm new to Blender and modeling and animating. So for you and your newness to 3D, don't worry about needing this for yourself. But I'm trying to rewrite one of my tools so that it uses an add-on that I bought to export my characters so that it works better for this program. Right now we're having some conniptions because I did this last time and it worked pretty okay, and doing it now is spitting me back errors. So I'm trying not to cry, but yeah, that's what we're doing. This Python script is just the script for another add-on that I'm working with inside of here that we're trying to rejigger. I'm like, wow, thank you, Wahoos. I'm glad you enjoy the effort into the scenes. Check existing. What does that mean? So if we don't have anything in here, it should just default to the plugin's default. It doesn't. Instead, it hurts me. What are you making? We're making scripts. I'm not even animating, I'm sorry guys. He's organizing. But technically we're asset prepping. I did say I did warn you that we'd be doing some boring stuff today. So that's so you're to blame. We do the add-on to the rain. The rain was done through geometry nodes. Oh, and that was even a rough time because there wasn't a lot of tutorials or information out there on like how to make a geometry node system that would drop a model and then reset its position and its height and then drop again. So I had to like string like a couple tutorials together to get that working. So that ended up being a really heavy geometry nodes creation. And then on top of that, I wanted to do this other effect where we had droplets of rain slide down their bodies, or like their little raincoats. You kind of can't really see it in most of the shots, but but there's little droplets that kind of that like move around their body. You can see it on Diva even though she's not outside yet, and that was a time to also figure out, and it made them all even heavier to work with. So that was neat. And then there was also this rain too, which is the little droplets that kind of explode out of the ground. That was another geometry nodes setup. There was a tutorial for that, and but it was in Japanese, but with English subtitles, so that was a great time to try to decipher. And yeah, I hate the rain. The rain was rough to do in this episode, and specifically also for this shot too. Or is it? Did you guys know that this shot took 15 hours to render because I didn't optimize the rain correctly? Not really correctly, but I could have done it a better way. But I had to make like a tunnel of rain so that the rain that was by the camera still looked pretty good, but also the camera was moving a huge distance, so we had to have tons of rain or rain geometry just like throughout the thing, and it was a time. If the rain wasn't there, it probably would have rendered a little faster, but it's also a big scene. The trees and grass and characters and all that nonsense was a lot. Yeah, rain was all geometry nodes, and it sucked so much because I spent like weeks tweaking the rain to look good, and I didn't really know how to use geometry nodes that much. So I was trying to look up a lot of things and asking a lot of questions on some forums and Discord groups and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, how would I do this specific thing? And everyone was like, and I'm like, okay. And I figured out some method that kind of worked. And then directly after releasing the episode, all these other like Blender artists and geometry node wizards came out of nowhere and were like, here's how to do rain and geometry nodes and rain on surfaces and rain on puddles and stuff. And I'm like, where were you a week ago? So that was a fun little moment to be in. Yeah. Alright, I think I might take a pause on trying to troubleshoot the script and then just go into the next thing, which is re-rigging Timmy and Tommy. FBX DE filter global. Let me go check this out. My file type FBX. Do I need that? What does check existing mean? Plugin page. Did I close you? I didn't. You can choose your favorite FBX format. Cool. Select objects. Cool. Visible. Only visible only. Disable. All exports all objects in the scene. Is disabled. I don't think I need that. Because the selection thing would do that for me. FBX unit, scale, FBX format. By default, this is binary. By default, this is Maya up. By default, this is Blender. Are you playing the song again? Get out of here. Thank you. Wow, thank you, A. I am impressed that I figured it out myself too. Not really. I just followed a bunch of tutorials, which was quite a time, because I was like watching one tutorial to set up a specific effect, and then another tutorial to like do another effect, and like I was trying to figure out how to like mix the two together so that it blended them both together. Like it was one tutorial to get beads to stick to their surface, but another tutorial to make it slide down, and then that tutorial's result made it so that I couldn't make the rain go a certain speed or else it would break. So like it only just kind of worked, and I'm like, that's fine. When it renders, it's a blurry mess anyways, so who cares? But we did it. We did it. And then I never did it again. And I'm like, heck, rain. You guys got it once and never again. Am I gonna make a part 3? No. Instead, I'm gonna make a bunch of tutorials so that you can make a part 3. At least in whatever style you'd like. Okay. It takes problem solving skills. I'm inspired. Cool. I hope you take that and look all your problems in the face and go, I can solve you. Because you can. You can. Like, this stupid scripting is a problem. I'm like, I don't know I'm going to solve this, but I'm wasting time trying to solve it on stream currently, so I'm like, I think I'll just put a pin in it because I don't need to export stuff now yet. So we'll see. We'll move on to something else. Like, okay, we can scratch off update Blender, and we can move on to test with Tommy rig. I wrote in brackets, maybe you don't need to prep rig with the rename add-on ? Because I have this other add-on that that makes the Rigify rig, or it renames the Rigify rig so that it's a cohesive naming system that Unreal works better with. And I'm like, if the exporter works okay, then I might not need to do that. But I'm like, no, I've been doing that for every character in the last episode, so I should probably keep doing that because it makes for retargeting animations a little easier. But what do I mean by working on Timami here? So we have Timmy or Tommy or Timami or whichever one you like. Don't worry about the texture being pink. It's kind of a problem with Blender's Eevee system, where if you have too many materials, then it can't compile the actual shader, because inside of here is all of the materials that make up all of his face stuff. So there's like 40 some odd materials or textures to make up just his eyes, and it's a time. And that's actually one of the other things that Unreal is a lot easier. It makes streamlining this system a lot better because I don't have to change hundreds of files individually manually to like reuse the system for other characters. But here we have our boy, and he's got a face slider that can work, but none of this matters because I need to change his shirt to the other shirt, his Hawaiian one, because we're redoing the game's opening where Timmy and Tommy run out behind the desk and they're like, pick a little island and give me your name, give me your birthday. What if you were sent to a desert island? What would you pick? A sleeping bag, a tent, or a Nintendo Switch? And you go, anywho. So we need his shirt, and I'm also gonna re-rig him, I think, or at least just readjust his rig so that it's correctly correct. So I don't really know where to begin. Let's go by finding his shirt. Timmy is, shoot, what's the name of his rig or his model? Oh no, I don't actually remember what his model name is. It's like special NPC something. How about Town Meeting Part 2? You know what? Just for you, Town Meeting Part 2. Is the black hair guy dense? No, he's not me. Maskaway isn't me, guys. He's just a character, please. I know the show's kind of meta, but it's not that meta. What am I doing? I need NPC NPC SP Is this it? No. No, SPR. He's a raccoon. I think maybe this one. No, that's not even him. This is Tom Nook, I think. And this is a reindeer. And this... Oh, okay, one of these is the Du Bois. Yeah. Like, can I do the MCU? Thank you. Connected universes are all the rage these days. It's like watching Bob Ross. Cool. They're gonna paint some pretty little clouds. And I think he's RCM. RCM? We have RCM. I'm looking for their special shirt because every special NPC has a special outfits that are modeled to their body shape. So right now we have Imami here wearing his shop outfit, and I need the Hawaiian shirt, which I think is this one, the t-shirt. If we go and we import this into Blender, import units, that is not it. That is actually Tom Nook's shirt, which means RCM t-shirt apron. Yeah, okay. This guy is actually what we need. Imports. Bam, bam. There you go. All right. So now he has his little t-shirt with his little name tag. No. Actually, do they wear pants? Walk through, please. Give me this. Thank you, boys. All right, guys. Here we have the thing. All right. Here we have the boys, and we need to see them here. They have sweaters? Wow, that's adorable. Where are the sweaters? I guess right here. Here? Here? Yeah, t-shirt L, meaning long. Yum. Okay, so we have their t-shirts. We need the texture now for, at least I just need to know where the texture for them is. And is it, actually wait, let me grab your entire naming convention and then just paste you in here and then slowly delete some stuff. Yeah, these are all just models. I need RCM top texture. Yeah. No. What is this? That's cute. Not what I need. I need maybe this. Maybe this. I think this maybe. We're gonna do a quick, we're just gonna set it up here really quickly in Blender just to make sure that it's the correct one. I'm gonna take all 3 of these. I'm gonna bring them all into Blender. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of How the Heck Do We Work With These Animal Crossing Textures in Blender tutorial. We're gonna be explaining exactly what all these textures mean, how they hook up into this big ol' honka-donkin' box here, and that's actually it. I don't think you need to know anything else. Slash, there's not really any more to really teach. Before we do that, quick comment skim. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Cool, cool. All right. So we have 4 textures, or 4. Yeah, it's 4 textures. We have the ALB, which stands for albedo or albedo or whatever. That's color. Color is just that, flat color. Do you texture on Photoshop or use software like Substance? Depends. I actually use Affinity Designer to do most of my texture editing, because a lot of the time I'm editing just the color-based texture, which is just flat colors, and Designer is like a vector program, so it just makes it easier to do that there. But sometimes I use Substance because sometimes we need to change or edit very specific types of features. Like, I'm sorry for pausing the tutorial, guys, but like, for example, reset part 2. Reset part 2, there's a shot where I have Meg's house right here. And I was running into this problem with the original textures for this house model and this wall texture. It's like a stucco kind of texture to it. The normal map specifically, which we'll get to and show you a little bit later, was causing a lot of like weird shadowing effects. Like we're getting a lot of hard looking seams and like big triangle shadows kind of just sprinkled all throughout the walls and everything like that. And it made it look really gross. And after a little bit of snooping and perusing and troubleshooting, yeah, I found out that it was just that one texture being on it that caused this problem. But it's also the same texture that gives us all this like bump detail in the surface of the material. So I'm like, oh shoot, I have to remake that. So we brought this over into Substance Painter, which I bought a year ago for this specific reason, and we just retextured the walls so that it looked a little nicer, and yeah, exported all that stuff, brought that back into the program, and made it look all neat, nice and dandy. And yeah, we also used it to do the to work on the big Animal Crossing like logo in the last episode, the one that's like really big in the sky, because I wanted to make it look kind of like decrepit and rained on and like gross and dirty. So we just painted a bunch of grime and stuff on that. But I don't use it often though, because it's kind of too complicated. Anywho, so here we have our textures. We have the ALB, which is the albedo. It's just a flat color map. We have the mixed texture, which is kind of a weird green map with some other darker greens in here. This is going to be used for other surface detail kind of descriptions, like how shiny his buttons might be, or where shadows might kind of like accumulate at the creases and edges of their shirt material or whatever. We have normal data, or the normal map, which is like I was kind of explaining here. It's just surface detail information, kind of, that is, I don't want to use the word cheated because all things in all 3D is cheating, but we're adding an extra layer of detail that's not necessarily part of the geometry, like accentuating like the curves in his pocket here, and the buttons kind of protruding out of his shirt here and stuff like that, and just the edges and things to, you know, add seams and other curvature detail. And then the opacity map, which I guess we don't really see anything. Oh, actually right here, which is a cutout map. So anything white will stay, and anything that's black will kind of be made invisible. So this map is going to be used to like do neck cutouts and add holes and trim the shirt so that it gets the shape that we want. And so we have to combine all 4 of these textures into this principal BSDF here. And a principal BSDF, oh no, why did I launch into trying to explain what this thing is? It's like a surface material descriptor of sorts. Like we can move sliders around here to kind of like, I don't know, change the reflectivity of the surface or the shininess of it or the metallicness of it or the clear coatness of it or make it glass. We're just using this to describe a material that can be kind of anything. Thanks to Disney, they made the knowledge of how to make something like this in computer graphics free and or at least open and public for everybody. And the guys over at Blender were like, "Oh, sick, dude!" And then made the principal BSDF. I think they're working on a new one currently that might be released sometime in the future. But yeah, so we gotta plug all these 4 textures into this so that we can make the shirt look like a shirt, kind of. And how we do that is first we just take the base color and just pump that into the base color little input thing here, and that's gonna give us just some color on our material. Next, we have this mix texture, which is all these weird, funky colors, which we can't really just plug this into any one specifically because this is actually kind of a neat thing that games do, which is they take one texture and they split the different color channels up into different kind of like masking data, for example. So this altogether looks like a mess, but if we take it and separate the color for it, then we get the red channel, the green channel, and the blue channel, and all 3 channels have different kinds of information that we can then plug into all of these things, because anything past base color doesn't really need like, actual like color information. We can just use black and white information. And when I say information, I mean just like the way that the texture looks, being black and white, grayscale, all that fun stuff. Oh no, where was I gonna go with this? So the red channel, it kind of has some stuff going on with it. Like there's some very crunchy compression nonsense going on here, so we're probably not going to use that. Oh no, I was also supposed to explain what the channels meant. We're gonna roll this train back on one stop, actually, and explain what the different channels mean. Typically, the red channel is like metallic. The green channel is ambient occlusion, at least in my experience from what I've been seeing from it. And the blue channel is like roughness sometimes, or sometimes spec. So in theory, you can just like take the red channel and plug that into metallic, and take the green channel and plug that into theoretically ambient occlusion somewhere. I don't know. We'll mix that into something somewhere else, and the blue channel into either roughness or spec, and then that would give you a result, and that would work. That totally works fine. No, you can do that for your thing if that looks nice to you. But we're gonna try to make it look a little nicer. So we're gonna mix some of these into different channels and different textures to accentuate some of their details. And by doing so, I mean we're going to, yeah, we'll just do it now. So the red texture, I'm kind of not going to really use, because in my experience, sometimes the various channels don't really plug in like the same way every time. So you some things might need to be played around with or changed or retooled to look nice. And sometimes the red channel has information on it, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the green channel has red information on it, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes, like, it really depends on the model and how you want to present it. But my general rule of thumb is I'll take the green channel and I'll mix it in with the color map. The green channel, please, thank you. And we'll multiply it. Where is it? Multiply, so that we add that extra fun shadow detail onto his texture here. And then that just plugs into the base color, and then we get extra shadow detail kind of for free. And then we'll take the blue channel, and I usually just try plugging that into either spec or roughness to see what we get. And if I don't like it, then we'll just move on to something else. So there's in specular, and then in roughness. It's kind of looking kind of ugly, so we're gonna leave that in spec, I guess, and then maybe tone down the roughness to make it look more like a shirt. That's kind of okay enough. Oh, what else? There's also some other thing I was gonna change. Is this the linear? No. sRGB. Oh, this had to be changed to something too. Linear? Filmic? I don't know, some nonsense. I forgot. I had stopped doing this in Blender a while ago. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, that's another thing. Blender has this amazing thing, which is just linear, which is just like kind of texture interpolation. Right now, if we zoom in, you can kind of see like the pixel stepping that happens in this texture file, because the actual texture quality for this is fairly low resolution because it's intended to be seen from like a distance. So we're gonna try to smooth that out in here. If you go up to the yonder the albedo texture file and come to linear and change this to cubic, and it smooths it out a little bit so that you get a nicer, smoother looking thing. I don't know how to do this in Unreal because Unreal just doesn't have this feature. It makes me very sad. Anywho, so we got that. We got color, we got texture, we got all that fun stuff. Now we have the normal map, which you got to plug into here somewhere. And you keen observers might have noticed that there's a normal map, like little input node here. But the colors here are different. This one's yellow for color, and this one's kind of purple. If we just plug them together, it technically does work, but we get this strange looking reflective kind of nonsense, and that's because kind of right out of the gate, this isn't really handled well by Blender, because again, this texture map was made and intended for whatever game engine Animal Crossing uses. So we kind of have to like do a little bit of science to get this to be read and interpolated the correct way, or at least the way that Blender works nicely with it. And how we do that is okay, I don't exactly know how to explain why we do it all. So this is gonna probably come across as like strange and not that informative, but just work with me here. We're gonna take this separate color and we're just gonna duplicate it because we want to separate the different color channels in this thing. We also want to change the color space from here from sRGB to non-color data, just so that Blender knows that we don't actually need any of like the color information from it. Just some, I don't know, 0 to 1 black and white kind of information. And in the different channels here, the different colors now are kind of, I guess, directions for how the surface kind of flows. So red is, I think, left to right or right to left or whatever, and then green is up and down, and then blue technically would be forward and back for like a height map kind of thing. But since this doesn't have any of that information, we just get black, and we need to I need to invert the green channel because right now it's kind of like, it's making the pocket kind of go inward rather than outward. It's making his buttons go inward rather than outward. I think. No? Maybe? Actually, no. I think it might be okay, but sometimes you gotta flip the green channel, so we'll just leave it, I guess. Anyway, so we're gonna take that, and then we're going to, I guess, invert the green channel anyways, just to kind of see how it looks. And then recombine it all together, so into into green. We're going to take red into red, and we're going to also add 1 into blue to make it nice and regular, normal looking colory. Because if you ever look up a normal map, it's like this pinkish, bluish, purplish kind of look, and not this weird yellow and green and red. And then now this is kind of how Blender likes to see normal maps. So then we're gonna take this, and we still can't just plug it into here yet because it's still just technically color information. And so we gotta run it through one last node, which is if you look for normal, you get normal map, and then it's just a normal map. This thing just converts whatever you plug into it into normal map information, texture information. Fun, and then we can plug this into a normal map, and then we get, okay, you kind of can't really see it, so we're gonna have to We're gonna have to change the lighting situation here a little bit so that hopefully you can kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about here. But maybe if we go into studio. Yeah, okay. So like you see like right here, for example, on his buttons, we're getting, no, I don't want to run into that. We're getting, you know, we're getting curvature reflections on his buttons and on the little badge on his pocket, and the light's kind of like, you know, adding shadow and light and curvature information wherever the light is. That's what the normal map kind of does. It just kind of like cheats that or it gives us that extra level of like detail or depth on a surface without necessarily having to model it all. And that's a pretty cool time. And the last thing we need is this OP map, which is just going to cut out this little pocket thing here so that we get that little flap. And how we do that is by putting it in the alpha channel. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's pretty much it. But then to make it look nice and Eevee, we have to do one extra step, which is going to the materials tab in the properties, coming down to viewport display, and changing the blend mode from opaque to any of these alpha ones, technically, but I guess alpha hashed. And that will actually let us see the end result of that in the viewport. But if we were to go to cycles, then it would just kind of work right out of the gate. And that's how you set up a texture. It's kind of dark, actually. I forget how to make it lighter. How do we make it lighter? I think we have to change this to something else. Not filmic log. Linear. That doesn't look nice. Non-color. Non-color. Ooh. Oh, where's our reference? Yeah. Kinda. Yeah, no, it looks kind of faded. Well, we used to have a way to brighten it up, but now I kind of forget. Sorry. Do I? Was it through screen maybe, or soft color, or overlay, or screen? I don't really remember anymore. I'm sorry, but the general gist is that. That's how you set up a texture map inside of your Blender program and make it look like a character. Wait, I did it on you, didn't I? I guess I used overlay. Oh, I put the alpha in roughness. All right. Sorry. Pro gamer hack move right now. We're going to take the alpha for the color and slap it into roughness. And then that gives us the same kind of brightness that we get in the game. Whew. Almost looked like a buffoon in front of a whole crowd worth of people. Could be me. That's it. We got Timmy looking pretty okay. And then we have to do this again in Unreal, but we have a way easier way to do it in Unreal. Kind of. How to learn how to do this? I think there was one guy, there was literally one person on the entirety of the internet that documented how to connect these textures together, and he put a post of it on, or he wrote into a post on some file, the game resource model website, where you can get game assets for free. And from that, I just kind of kept tweaking how everything gets set up. But yeah, to trial and error mostly, and that one beautiful soul that put the stuff online. I could never do this. Yeah, you can. It's pretty simple. It just looks more complicated because I'm explaining every step of the way, but like, it's really just plugging things into boxes and then going, oh, that looks weird. Let me try putting it into this box. That looks weird. Let me try putting it into this box. Okay, maybe this box. And what have you. So it's just a lot of trial and error. And then once you figure it out once, then like you can use that knowledge to do other things. Like this, for example, this whole normal map conversion thing, you can move that into a node. which just lets you plug it in once, and then you get the end result, and you can plug it into the thing or whatever. Because Blender has the capabilities of grouping nodes, so you can just streamline your workflow a little bit. And also the same method is how you set up everything with the Animal Crossing models and textures and characters and stuff. So the same method or workflow is how you do this for every single character. So like to do it once means you have to do it again and again and again and again and again, and eventually it just becomes second nature. And then you go, okay, this is boring to do. Let me make tools to make this, or set up various features and systems and stuff to make this easier and faster to do. And then that's how you get into learning, I don't know, node setups and groups and shader optimization to some degree. So yeah, it's a good time. It's totally doable. Don't you worry. Don't say you can't do it. Just say you haven't done it yet, because I'm not smart. But I figured it out. Yeah, seems hard to do. The game style is so unique. Like most of the style of this is handled by the textures, which is both a blessing and a curse. I said this already, but did you read the models in Blender, then export them to Unreal? Yes. We create everything in here first, and then everything gets exported into Unreal. Unreal is just used to build sets, light the scenes, and render various camera angles from, as well as some effect stuff. But like all the animation, all the getting models and all the animation is all prepared in Blender, and then just set up further inside of here. Yeah, like in theory, all this that I did for his textures and stuff doesn't really matter to set up in Blender, because when I export this into Unreal, I'm going to redo how his textures work, because over here requires a whole different system of trying to work with textures and all that fun stuff. Like we get the material, and then we get the big master material, which is the same kind of environment, just nodes. You hook them up the same general way, but here has other functionality and tools that let you do some other cool things, which I won't get into because I don't know how to explain it good yet, but we'll get there. Yeah. So now that we have Timmy, well, actually, now that we have his shirt, I kind of just need to do one other thing, which is I take all of his materials, all of his textures and stuff, and I remove them. Actually, we're going to save this up one. We're going to take all of this, we're going to delete all of his armature stuff. We're going to take his shirt here and delete this armature. We're going to take his other shirt stuff and delete that, and also get rid of all of this stuff and his other shirt. We're going to get rid of all of these things. All of this stuff is bone deformation information, I guess. So it's like everything here is essentially just asking the armature, hey, how much do I deform? Where is it? No, I need weight painting. Each one of these is technically just a bone in his skeletal system that deforms a certain place. But I'll show all that in a second. I need to clear all this out to make him super duper clean, because we're going to be retooling his entire rig here. We have the Timmy rig. I'm going to rename this to nothing, actually, but you can just leave it. We're also going to take all of these and we're going to remove them from the rig. I don't think I need to change anything in his rig. I think the actual setup of his armature is fine. But I'm going to need his... We need to go into here, into here. We're going to need to set up the scene. No, not set up the scene. We need to refresh the list here, and we're going to have to pick the Timmy rig. Oh, what's this? You need to give an armature. Get out of here. Get out of here. We're gonna take all this and clear all that too, and we're gonna get rid of that. That's great. We're gonna take this, and so I have this other add-on, which essentially just takes his entire rig system and optimizes it, converts a bunch of stuff in it so that the naming convention for things are all well and dandy, and it makes it easier to work with in Unreal because Rigify by default is very not game engine oriented. It adds a lot of bones and features and stuff that are great for animating within Blender, but not anywhere else. So because of that, it's going to bring over, if we try to just, if we go into test here, I think, like Nook here, for example, he comes in super tiny. Don't worry about the tiny. But it comes in with all these things here, all this stuff, all these lists and bones and etc. bones, and everything highlighted in white here is what we actually want. These are what's called deform bones. They're the actual bones in the rig, in the model, that actually, like, you know, bend his arm and jiggle his nose and flop around his ears and stuff. Everything else is just stuff to help drive those and manipulate them in different ways. And this tool, this add-on here that I purchased, just cleans a lot of that up, so that when we go to export just this character, it only exports the bones that actually matter and not all the other stuff that does. But I have to do this, and I have to do this, and I have to do, I think that's it. And then I go down to here and change it from epic skeleton to freeform and hit build skeleton. Ooh, no. Okay, fine. Give me this guy. And then we hit build skeleton. All right, it's working. And then now I can take all of Timmy's textures, grab the actual armature rig system, and through another add-on, we go and we do skinning. Don't worry about what any of that means or what this tool is. It's another rigging tool, but you don't need to worry about it. You can literally do it all yourself. If you just select all of the geometry, select the rig, hit Control P, and then hit with envelope weights, and that will auto-generate a bunch of weight paints for your character here. But now we have all this stuff. Now we have all these things in our character rig. I'm actually going to also swap over to my pen and tablet because we have to edit his weight painting. We're going to get our sleeve. We're going to get our little glove. We're going to get our skinny pen because the skinny pen is skinny fun. I have two pens. I have a skinny pen and like a thick pen. And I really like the skinny pen. With textures in general, I found it more easy to texture villagers, not gonna lie. Yeah. It's a time. Sounds like I'm speaking another fancy language. Oh no, I'm sorry. Do you expand the lore? The movie is just gonna be a compilation. We're expanding the lore like just a little bit, but in the sense of like just adding some more context for some stuff, rather than like a whole backstory of like how Mask got a switch and why he's a jerk, and so on and so forth. It'll be really minimal stuff, just to help tie the whole show together. I'm so used to Max, but my license expired. Oh, that sounds like a perfect time to pick up some Blender. But Max is nice. Blender's hard. Blender's got a bit of a learning curve. But just take it in steps. Eventually things start to click and like, and you go, oh, okay, that's not that bad. But yeah, first getting into it is kind of rough. I came from Maya and it was a time. It was quite a time, but at the same time, I'm like, but I really like Blender. It looks so cool. It can do all this fun stuff. So we just kept trying. And Actually, an even fun fact, Lolly's crafting was originally done as a test to practice animating more in Blender. Because I didn't want to model anything because I'm not great at modeling. So I'm like, I'll just get all the Animal Crossing like textures and materials and stuff, and we'll just try to make a little thing in Blender. Like we'll just use it as practice to make to make cool Blender stuff. Blender, blip blip blip, and yeah, the rest is history. So what am I doing? I need to check their weight paints to make sure that he's correct. What is going on, Blender? Oh, I need to, I think, change. Oh, wait a minute. Pen settings. Can you give me a profile for Blender 4 that uses Blender 3 settings so that I can go into here and do that thing and then go into here. Yeah, don't use Windows Ink. That just hurts me. And then that should be good now. All right, cool. So, what are we doing now? We're doing a thing called weight painting, which is right now we have our character and he's kind of rigged. We're going to get rid of all this stuff for now because we don't need to see it. He's kind of rigged. If I go into the pose mode and grab one of his controllers and move stuff, then like, you know, I can move him around. We can technically animate him. You know, make him rotate his head, rotate his nose, rotate his ears. He kind of works, but he's looking a little funky. Because, well, technically because this is also set to follow, and he's kind of looking a little funky. Parts, various controls and stuff are kind of moving too much of his body. If we grab his tail rig here, then it's, you know, it's bending parts of his body and parts of his bum, and it doesn't need to do that. If we grab his little hips controls here, then actually those look pretty okay. Well, I don't think we need to worry about those. If we grab his legs, they're kind of okay, but we're also not going to see much of it, so it doesn't really matter. But we're going to pose him in a way so that we can kind of see what everything's doing in kind of one big swoop, because I need to. We need to change his weight painting so that the different parts of his body, or these different kind of controls that manipulate his body, don't bend areas or manipulate portions of his geometry that it shouldn't be interacting with. Like, for example, if we jiggle his ears, it bends his entire head. We don't want that. We just want just the ears. So we have to, you know, tune that selection. Same with his nose here. And so on and so forth. And we do that through the fun task of weight painting. Weight painting essentially is just exactly that. Everything in this list here is one of the bones in his body, and this gradient on his actual surface is how much that bone kind of deforms or manipulates, changes, or whatever. So if it's completely blue, then it won't touch you. But if it's red, or gradient from blue to red, then I don't know of any words that rhyme with you right now, but you get the idea. A little bit chunk. I'm 30. I got a full-time job. That's the biggest problem. That's fair. I mean, all of this art's not going anywhere, so if you ever aspire to do it, you can just do it. But it's also not wrong to just have a day job. How long have I been working on this? Technically, several hours. No, it's Tanuki. Can turn into a funky anteater. Oh no. So we're going to start with, I guess, his ears. So as you can see, his ears is all right up here, but then it kind of gradients down to blue throughout his head. I'm actually also going to make sure that symmetry is on. because I don't want to do this twice. And then we just paint, we just paint to fix his ears, to fix his body. We just zoop, zoop, zoop. Let me zoop, 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 zoop. I'm actually gonna also turn on, yeah, wireframe mode so I can see what I'm wireframing on. Okay, and then we just do a bunch of this. Because this is going to be important when we give him character ear physics. Because we don't want, like, if he's moving his head around and talking, we don't want it to move too much of his head. I'm just going to clean that up a little bit. And that looks good enough. That looks good enough. His ears rotated. That's why it looks kind of funky, but an extreme pose. He's never gonna bend that far. Then we're gonna move on to his other ear just to check it. That looks kind of okay. Then we're gonna move on to his nose. His nose is kind of giving us a lot of wacky stuff, so we're just gonna. And we just make sure that it doesn't grab too much of the back of his head and his jaw or his chin. And we're just gonna do a little bit of that. Oh no, it looks like the mirroring is being uncooperative. Sick, dude. We're also gonna go up to weights here and I guess give it a smooth. I'm gonna run that a couple times. Cool, good enough. Gonna move on to the next one. And that looks okay. His shoulder, how does that look? So his shoulder is kind of going into, or sorry, his upper arm, his shoulder is actually bending his head. So we're gonna get rid of that. Get rid of all of that. Yeah. I know. Crazy, right? I don't know why you're taking so many photos. I'm just... I mean, you don't gotta yell at me like that, but that's fine. Okay, and then this looks looking really weird. What's going on there? Quick pause. So his right shoulder is adding a bunch of influence to his chin. We're gonna get rid of all that. Getting rid of that. Actually, we could even do the neat thing of using some of these other tools here, which is, what is this? A gradient tool? And this just adds like does a gradient depending on where your mouse is, which is pretty nifty. It's almost 4 a.m. Take care, Brotherhood. Thank you for coming around and hanging out, chatting about, and just being your best you. I hope you have a great slumber. Can I translate enemies? I wish. We're going to take your right shoulder, and we're just going to work, I guess, on here for a bit. Clean this up because we're mirroring it, so it should hopefully mirror to the other side as well. And then we're going to go to your shoulder, your upper arm. We're going to get rid of the stuff that's on the head. And then we're going to get rid of this. And this. And this. The news audio is creepy? What do you mean? It's just them going, yeah, so did you know that they've made kale taste like bacon? Wow, that's crazy, Diane. I'm taking photos of that right as we speak. I mean, you didn't need to, but cool. Okay. I hope everyone's having a great time. Because Oh no, I am doing the best part of 3D. Weight painting. I love weight painting. How long do you think it'll take you to make this? I don't know. See, it's like the rig itself is pretty much operational. And everything past this is kind of just like tweaking to that, just in the off chance that I might do something crazier with it. Like, oh, what if I make him do a backflip or something, and then, you know, we got to make sure that his legs don't protrude in weird ways, or that his thighs bend correctly and form nicely. So in theory, he's done, but I'm just making sure that he works. And his shin, and his tail. So this doesn't need to be all here. I just want to make sure that it's that all this is dandy, so that we don't accidentally jiggle too much of his bum. Just like that. Okay, and then this should be fine, and this should be fine. And he's looking pretty okay, I think. We're gonna go back into here. We're going to do some other testings. His leg looks pretty okay. His tail looks pretty okay. His ears are jiggling his chin. His chinny chin. So we're gonna go fix that by going into ear. Get out of here. So we're gonna use the gradient. Gradient. But yeah. Would I release a feature-length film in real 3D? I don't think so. The idea sounds neat, but I don't think I have the chops to make a cohesive a film that actually like benefits from being in 3D. I'm not James Cameron. Okay. Did you go through the struggle of rigging every time you animate a character? Only for characters that I wish to animate. And but once you do it, like, I guess when you do it enough times and like this doesn't seem like much, or this doesn't become much. And you can also reuse characters that you created in the past, like Isabelle, Nook, and everyone that's already in Unreal here. I don't have to readjust, so I only have to worry about making new characters or refreshing old characters that I've made before. But yeah, you pretty much have to do this every time. The prep stage is the funnest. Do I have actual ideas for feature-length movies? Not really. I have ideas for like series because hot take. I kind of prefer shows over movies because shows give stories significantly more time to breathe, rather than trying to shove everything into like a 2-hour-long movie. But yeah, like in theory, this series, the Animal Crossing series, is a movie, or is a movie's worth of stuff, which is what the movie is going to essentially kind of show. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could ever do it intentionally. Okay, how long does the song go for? Oh my god, 7 minutes. It's all TV. All right, give me everything past here is KK slider music. Give me Can I do a mask by face reveal? I did one once 2 streams ago. That's the most I can give you. Using some shaders and connecting nose randomly creates cool effects. Yeah, welcome to material and shader making. It's a good time. What's behind the mask? A mattress. I am not okay. I am a mattress. Independent distribution. Currently I'm an independent boy. But if I were to do a actual produced industry recognized series, I think either HBO or Netflix would or Amazon Prime would probably be the 3 contenders. Maybe HBO. They seem to greenlight a lot of cool stuff. Or A24. I'd love to work with A24. Question. Funny animations. How do you get the voices? I generate them myself. Pen. I generate them myself. We I have this other program or plugin that I have because I also produce music. So I have a plethora of music tools and things, and one of them is this sampler called Contact. And what this thing does is it pretty much just is an instrument kind of generator or like or instrument player, and with it I use this to make a couple different voice profiles. Actually, does that even come through? It does. So we use this to like make a bunch of sound like chunks, and then we render that out into like an audio, like a little loopable audio format, and then I take that into the editor, cut it up further, and then we do pitch bending automation or pitch bending animation over there so that there's some vocal inflections in their speech, and it's all monotone. And yeah, that's how I do the voices. It's a fun process. Though lately I've been getting a little bit lazy with it. In Isabel's dream, I tried doing the thing where like I actually like sculpt out the phrases and syllable numbers or count out the syllables for the lines that they would say, so that their actual speech would coincide a lot more, like a lot better, or line up a lot better to what they were actually saying. And yeah, you can see that in like the first half of the episode. But that ended up proving to be really, really time consuming, and didn't really matter for the grand scheme of it all, because I don't think you guys really cared about whether or not Isabel said the correct syllable doing inner speech. But yeah, we tried that. It was a good time. If you fall asleep, please fall asleep. I take that as a compliment. Yeah. Is more than feasible. They're currently doing the has-been thing. Ooh. I'll poke them someday. Adult Swim would also be really cool. Adult Swim would be really cool, actually. I don't know. We'll see. I also generally like being my own self, because that means I can do whatever I want and make my content however I please. It's at the unfortunate cost of having to fund everything myself, but full creative control, baby. I also don't know if they greenlight me making a Matrix spoof Animal Crossing show. But who knows? Maybe they might. Another question. Who's your favorite Animal Crossing villager? Jeremiah. We love Jeremiah. Have you seen him? He walks around with a big frog head and he goes, I talk to bugs. And great. Okay. Thanks for all the feelings you made me go through. Thank you for watching and letting them take you there. Okay. So, now that we have our boy here, he's kind of okay. He's looking pretty funky. Now he needs his clothes because his clothes kind of bend, but not the same way. So we're actually I'm gonna do a little pro gamer hack here, which is I'm gonna steal all of the weight painting work I did for his skin and just apply it to his shirt so that it kind of just works. And we're gonna do that with a modifier. If we click on a shirt and go to the modifiers tab and add a data transfer property, and then we eyedrop the skin, you can come down to here where it says vertex data, expand that and enable that, and just hit vertex groups, and then generate data layers and then apply the thing. And now his shirt copies his skin, but it's not perfect, as you can see here, because it kind of just does the best it can, but for the most part it works pretty okay. So we're gonna then take this and then just edit this a little further so that it works a little nicer. Go to his ear. Oh my god, that's kind of gross. Yeah, upper arm. We need this. Give me this. Give me this. Give me. Oh my god, I hate this the most though, where it peeks out and you can't do anything about it. But yeah, now we're just gonna go through this. I don't really care much for the quality of it, so long as it looks like it works. I think something else is pulling your shirt sleeve. Oh, we also don't need this tail. This tail. We don't need any of your foot, shin, thigh, foot, shin, thigh. All that doesn't need to be there. We also don't need any hands. And your forearm. Maybe that forearm. Oh my god, look at that mess. Look at that mess. Oh, we also don't need your ear and your other ear and your spine 5. This is the head, so we don't need any of that. And that actually might be okay enough. We're gonna jump out of that. We're gonna jump out of here. We're going to look at this and go, oh no, it's showing his little armpit. Kind of sus. We might need to change how. Actually, no, I don't think we would need to change your hands. So we're gonna fix this up a little bit more. Where's your shoulder? Just like that. Just like that. You know, we're just going for good enough, not perfect. And by good enough, I mean it holds up from like a healthy distance. Explain a lot of animations, but I feel like I need a full story. Now, what kind of mask story are you looking for? Like an actual whole lore deep dive where we go, yeah. He turns out he is Kevin, and he just got fed up with the game, so that's why he's gone on this rampage. 'Cause I don't think anybody really wants that. Because like, there's a lot of fun in the mystique of him being riddled with plot holes. The most overheated villager in Animal Crossing? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. Can you just stretch him and see what happens? Yeah, we can. We can just take his body and move it. Actually, that's actually a good thing to try because his back ribbon is weird, and his shoulder here is, or his shirt here is taking influence from his head, which that doesn't need to happen. Where is that happening? Nowhere. Okay, so I guess we'll just fix it by going here and cleaning this up. And getting rid of this. Getting rid of that. And that's okay. That looks okay. Cool. Bring this back. Bring it all back. This needs to be fixed up a ton. But I hate this the most because it's in two places. This one's on his chest, and this one's on his like right above his hip, which means that we have to attach it to both somehow. We don't need your foot. All of this stuff. I think we just need Actually, where did we lose that? Shoulder? Okay, that makes sense. You don't need your head either. And this whole thing here, we can just grab all of that and connect you to maybe you? Sure. We'll remove you from all of these so that we get just your little bow here. But it doesn't really matter. We're not going to see it, I don't think. We might, no, no, we're not going to see it. I just remembered I'm going to be animating him doing an extra gag scene in the movie. So I got to make sure his hands actually bend. Bendy hands. Bendy hands. Bendy hands. Bendy hands. Giraffe. How am I today? I'm pretty good. Tom looked differently. There's a myth that the money you give him, he donates to a raccoon orphanage, and that he picked Timmy and Tommy off the streets. He's a cool guy. He is a cool guy. Why did Timmy Tommy arm look polygon-y? Because it's made out of polygons. But that's also where a lot of importance of weight painting comes in, because you have to set it all up in a way so that when they deform, we don't see that kind of stuff. But also, like, his geometry just isn't super high resolution either. So if it stretches too much, then it shows the edges. It'll show the edges. So, you know, animate in moderation. I think it looks pretty okay. I think it looks pretty okay. I think we're gonna keep this for now. And we're gonna call him Timmy. Let's call it Tim Tom underscore rig. And then we're gonna rename some of his geometry stuff so that it's just nice and Tim Tom. His body. This is his name tag. Name tage. Tag. Here we have his apron. And the last thing we have to do is his t-shirt. Because his t-shirt still doesn't bend the way we want it just yet. It's not that bad. What about your... Okay, that's not bad. Oh, this is bad though. Oh yeah, that's terrible. Okay, we'll fix that. We will fix that. Don't give me that. Give me no toes, no shins, and one thigh. No toes, no shins, and one thigh. And I don't think I need your forearm or your other forearm. Get rid of this stuff. Actually, bring that back. We're going to turn on mirroring. And you don't need this or any this or any this or this or this. And what is going on here? The Waddle Dog soundtrack? I don't know what that is. I'm surprised there's a fan animations yet. It's awesome. Thank you. It's got a good bit of fan art, like drawn pictures and stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody take the tails and spin them in different ways. Everyone's free to. Upper arm, get rid of all this stuff. Oh, right. I forgot to do this one thing, which is taking all this and merging all this together. That's one nice piece of geometry. Okay, I'm gonna fix this up, and I think that's about it for him. Yeah, okay. We'll roll with that. I'm also going to get rid of this and this and these things and this and this. I'm going to change his hands to chest, so that when we move his rig, his hands come along. I'm going to change his nose here to follow tail. His ears looking like they're doing okay. His head is doing okay. Because we're never going to bend it this far. Just got to make sure that it turns okay. It doesn't look too weird. His torso looks like it's doing okay. Oh, there's some stretching happening here. We should probably redo his shirt completely and do the data transfer thing. Wait a minute. What if we just take the food? What do we do with the apron? Apron. And then, will that look better? I guess it's kind of the same. Let's look at some tearing. But I don't think that really matters. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. And if it's not, we'll change it later. Alright, so he is pretty much donezo. We have the Tim Tam rig. me this t-shirt, and that's your geometry. We want this to be named Link, and that's it. We're gonna save this up. And it'd be at a moment like now where I'd go and hit and do all the publishing stuff, but our publisher currently isn't working, so we're gonna have to not do that. But I might actually be able to export it quickly to do a quick test in Unreal to make sure that it comes through okay. Go to File and Better Export, and we'll just use the desktop for now. Let's test, and we'll just go Tim Tom version 1.0.1. I want only deform bones. We don't have any animations, none of that matters. Apply modifiers, yep, yeah. And get this file location. We get an error. We're gonna try that again. Export, better export, selected objects only. And try that again. Success. Now if we go to where that file is located, and then go to Epic Unreal here. Oh my god. Unreal also is very not stylus and like pen tablet friendly. And then we import it, and it should be good. Oh, he comes in a little big. We can fix that. We can fix that. We can fix that. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. We just go back to here and to here, and change the scale from 1 to 0.1. And I guess, buddy, help me help myself. Wait, I need this and this. And export. Success. Go back into here, go into here, and then we re-import. And now he's good. Look at him. My boy. My boy. Okay. Yeah, looks like he's good to go. Looks like he's fine. Oh, he's not fine, actually. He's not fine in the slightest. Oh my god. Oh my god. Exports. FBX. Deform bones. Oh yeah, I think this is a bigger can of worms. This exporting kerfuffle. Oh wait, let's go into here and here and here and here. Where is it? Units. Yeah, that's one. What are you making? We're making Tim Tom. We're making Tim Tom. Do you think Animal Crossing takes place in the same universe as Peppa Pig? Maybe. It'd be pretty funny. Total is 1 day. Hey there, Nate. Welcome to the stream. Did I see your Animal Crossing fact message? I don't think I did. Yeah, Blender's a good time. And you guys all saw it, like it worked once. When we manually exported Tom. What happened? Okay, give me version 2. And you give me an error. Oh, because I don't have both of these selected. Zoop. That's fine. Go back into here, get rid of all these boys. And then give me this guy again. Yeah. Okay. That looks okay. That looks like it's okay. Correct scale. And the physics work. Right. Why you like this, programs? Why are you inconsistent in inconsistent ways? Alright, well, Timmy is ready to go. We'll have to figure out how to get him over there a lot easier later. Which means we can cross out one more thing off the list, guys. Which is prepare Timmy. Okay, the next thing on this list is not something I think I'll do on stream, but it's testing this thing called strata materials in Unreal. Because Unreal has its own material engine system, but they've been working on a new one called Strata, which looks like it can do some other really cool things. Like, because right now, one of the things that I haven't been able to replicate is the foggy glass window effect that we get in Lolly's crafting. It could just be my lack of experience on how to work with materials in Unreal, but yeah, I've been trying to figure out a way to make like foggy glass without having to pay for someone else's solution. And I think Strata Materials might be able to do that a lot easier than trying to figure it out myself. But I don't understand it yet, so we'll do that later. I finished the music. At least a rough draft of it. We have to prepare a bunch of character rigs next. Everything else is really dependent on getting the exporter to work. I don't know. I don't know what to do next then. Thank you, Cats in Box. I'm glad you like the stuff. I've confirmed gender, and unlike other characters, no, they do not. It's fan. You play many video games? I try to. I really try to because I love video games, but all of this stuff takes up most of my time. Do multiple layers of semi-transparent glass, maybe? Like, that's one way to do it, probably. Oh, actually, I don't know. If I go and grab the glass... Where's the glass? Window? If I go and grab the glass, which has a pivot over here, and I try to duplicate it... Nope, that's not even glass. That's the window? Window? Wall? Glass? Alright. Yeah, I think if I were to just duplicate it, we'll just get this darker looking effect, which isn't what I'm looking for. Because I'm trying to make it look foggy, like foggy and kind of dirty and like. If we go into here, because I say all this because I might remaster Lolly's crafting to be rendered out of here to make it look a little nicer. But specifically on this shot, we have everything out the window out of focus, but also kind of hazy. And that lets me do the whole mask kind of just being teased a little bit in the window and then running. So I'm like, That's a detail that the renderer can do that I want to try to, I guess, recreate. And I've just yet to figure out how to do that in Unreal here. Mainly because Unreal isn't a ray tracing, a pathfinding renderer. It's a ray tracing one or whatever. It has a pathfinder, but I don't plan on using it because that would make renders go from 5 seconds to 50 hours. So, sorry. Is it possible to make Timmy and Tommy look less identical? I mean, yeah, of course, but that's the gag. They're like the same character. They look. They're both. It's the same model twice. The only distinction between the two is their name tags. And so we're keeping that detail. But in the game, Timmy and Tommy have different moles on. What? Have moles on different wrists? Do they? I was like that's a detail you'd never be able to see. I don't believe you, Nadine. You and your lies. What if they do? That's cool. I don't see them any though. Try out a character controller. I don't know how to do that yet. But I, in theory, can. Oh, how he tells them apart. That makes sense. Never mind. I retract my liar accusation. Chat, I'd like to formally apologize to Nadine. I stepped out of line and I said some hurtful things. What's my favorite non-villager? Or, yeah, non-villager. Can I say KK Slider? Or... Nah, I'll go with KK. He's a cool guy. Take care, Far From Mercury. Thank you so much for coming around and hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Had a great rest of your day. What's more in the canon? Yes, it is more in the canon. Alright, we can get rid of these. Actually, we'll keep those for now. And then... yeah, I don't really know what to do now, because the rest of the stuff that I had planned was heavily reliant on if my exporter worked, and currently it doesn't. So, and I was going to fix that later off stream, because it seems to require more troubleshooting than I was hoping. So now I guess I'm free to do whatever you guys want. We'll change the glass from being dark to being more of a fade around the center gray glass. No, that won't work. It'll just keep it'll keep compounding the way it renders the glass, or at least the way it renders things behind it. Random question. How do you think but do you think you'll change Isabel's hairband color on Kevin's island? It's already yellow. Yeah, that was the first. It's in the original. It's already yellow, which is the first hint of foreshadowing of that detail. And I thought people would look at it and go, "Wow, that's a weird rendering error." And then I tried to make it more obvious in Reset Part 1 that happens. So yeah, it's already yellow. I don't think learning brains summary. It's okay. Don't worry about looking it up. I've watched most of the tutorials on like how to do glass in Unreal, and They all get me like kind of the way there, but not they don't provide with they never work out super cleanly. Did I hear about the tornadoes? No. I hope people are safe. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know what else to do tonight. We have look into retargeting, further refine edits. We have to do that after doing some blocking. We can't do blocking until we get all the characters done. We can't get all the characters done because I have to fix them up and re-export them all. I could technically do environments. Oh, I lost power. Dang, I'm sorry. I hope everyone's okay though, or doing okay. Environments or lighting. So I have to do this one. Oh yeah, I have Mask's house, and I have the town hall, and I need to do a scene where we can see Mask's, or we have Raymond in front of Mask's house with the town hall in the background. So I need to make a set that lets me do that angle. I guess I might be able to do that. I don't know how well it's gonna go though. Loop. Next there. Should I convert it to 3D software? Oh, it doesn't. I like the way you think, but usually translation from 2D to 3D is it's more cumbersome than it is convenient. Gonna try to make the chat chant a really funny word. What? No, you guys are all your own beings. This movie is just a compilation of all the clips you've already made, plus new ones? Yes, sir. Sorry, yes, ma'am. But yeah, it's just a movie compilation with new shots and new sequences and stuff to help tie the watching experience together so that it's nicer than just watching a playlist. Play Animal Crossing. Play Animal Crossing, guys. It's a good time. Even Timmy plays Animal Crossing. How do I know that for sure? Because you can do cool stuff like this. Oh wait. And then he sticks the landing. How would he do it? I guess you do it forward, and then he'd land. He goes, yeah, sick, dude. Do it again. Yeah. Wow, what a guy. I don't think this would look nice if I made it linear. Yeah. Okay, we'll keep it stepped. Crazy. Oh, you guys don't have to chant anything, please. Okay. So let me get him doing his jump. Yeah. Bop, 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 bop. Guys, you don't need to chant cheese. It's not necessary. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're just vibing now. And I guess we can move over to a chill screen because I think I've reached the capacity of what I can do today. Where's my OBS? So I hope everyone's having a good time, and you know, I hope you're all eating your greens and vibing. Can I go to the previous room and take a mask's face off? Mask off? Sorry, can't do it. My voice is distracting. Oh no, I'm sorry. Except I'm not sorry. Got him. We're gonna save this, I guess. We're gonna close Unreal. We're gonna close all this stuff. And yeah. Okay, actually, does APP have a retargeter? I don't think it does. So I need to see if I can reuse animations from previous videos, or how much animation I can reuse from previous videos. Because, like, for example, I plan to not really plan, but I'm hoping to redo all this crafting and Great Pietro, but I don't want to reanimate everything. So I'm gonna try to see if I can retarget animation from old versions of the rig to new versions of the rig, or character rigs, so that I can not have to reanimate stuff. His whole face. Sorry. Can't do that. But yeah. Great. Adventure Time reference, baby. Thank you for reading. Yeah, the other option is troubleshooting this coding again. That's so boring. That's so boring. Return output name, return output name. No, that doesn't matter. Nah, we'll worry about that later. Okay. Well, yeah, I got nothing for you guys anymore. So I guess I could end the stream here. Unless anybody has any questions they want to ask. Like, how do you do this? Or, can you show me that? Or, can you make a good content? Yeah, everything else on my list is broken. Want to practice more piano? That was a hella embarrassing. We're not gonna do that on stream. Get out of here with that nonsense. But thank you for the suggestion. What's my AC Island name? It's a bit of a personal joke that I cannot share. It's 4 a.m. and I have to wake up in the morning. Oh my goodness. Go to bed. Get some rest. But also, if you have questions, throw them up. Just yeah, just if you got questions, just throw up your questions. If you can ask a question, that I might miss your actual question when you ask it. But what's your favorite scene to make? What was your favorite scene to make? In the last episode, I think I might give it to I guess all the stuff on Masks Island, it was the most stressful but most fun to put together, I guess, because it was my first swing at making like a quote unquote open world map that had to be destroyed. So that was fun to figure out. Software did you use for your talking? Like what's actually like on screen / what's being shown? It's all it's all driven by OBS, the open broadcasting streaming software. I forget. I think that's what it's called. I could be wrong. Yeah, I just have a little system set up so that it has like a little guy that turns around when I start talking. Your voice makes me sleepy. Good. Fall asleep. Go to bed. Get some rest. What's your favorite weather? I guess sunny days and gentle rain. I love me some rain. This cruise web from the island name generator. Nice. Who do you remember being on your current AC island? Okay, so I have Pietro, oh my god, BB, Blue Bear, Walt, I think his name's Walt, Grumpy Kangaroo, Melba, Maylene, I think. It's like a little yellow and red duck. Jeremiah, Antonio, and Bree. I think that's everybody. And Pietro. We love Pietro. Pietro forever. What's my favorite KK song? That'll go to KK Cruisin'. Do you like TF2? I did. I was really into TF2 back when it used to be on, not really used to, it still is, but when it was on Xbox 360. Very old, I know, and then I played a bit of it on PC when they did all those big upgrades and updates, like the man vs. machine thing. That was really fun. But I haven't played it in quite a while. Is Blender more limited than other programs for animating? I'd say it's, at least in my experience, it's more freeing and like I'm faster at animating than I am in Blender than I am animating in Maya. So I guess it really just, it's really more of a preference thing because they both offer the same kind of efficiencies, or what's the phrase I'm looking for? Tools, workflows, ways to get to an end result. But just different tools on how to get there. I like animating in Blender more so than any other program. But I'm also really used to it now, so I'm like, changing, scary. System, open broadcasting system. Am I doing any other personal projects? Yes and no. I don't do any of like this amount of work for other projects other than like the current active ones. Everything else is just writing. Maybe some music sometimes, but not really. Do you like Minecraft? I love Minecraft. Minecraft's a great time. No, I can't, Ethan. I'm sorry. Or even Evan. My place is my favorite KK song. Nice. You now feel more important? You should always feel important. Do you like Junji Ito's work? I love his stuff. I have a couple of his books, like a couple of his physical books, and he's a great inspiration for tension and horror to me. Welcome back, Far From Mercury. You're just in time for, I guess, me chilling. How long do you think you could finish an episode, or a episode? It really depends on the length. This movie's probably going to take another like month or two. Yeah, because it's just work. but we'll live stream most of it, so you guys can see it kind of develop as we go. Yeah. Ooh. But yeah, it's a good time. What happened while you were gone? Nothing much. We made a cool backflip, and we rigged Timmy so that he could Timmy. Already water bottle. Do you like to write stories like fanfic or just original stuff? A bit of both. Like I guess you could say I write fanfic stuff because most of my ideas and other series and hopes and goals and aspirations for things to create in the future are it's just really fancy fan art, which involves telling fanfic stories. So yeah, I guess fanfic. I've written some original stuff before, but it's all the time. Do I like Anka? She's all right. She's cool. What inspired you to make or at least come up with the series? It was me doing a detour while working on another series on my channel. This was supposed to be practice to get more acquainted with Blender, as well as to make a series of little Animal Crossing shorts that were short enough to fit on like Instagram or something, to fit within the 60-second kind of like time frame of current hyperculture content. And I did the one, posted it around, it did really well. I made a second one, it also did pretty well, and I'm like, oh cool, we'll just make a series now. And then I forgot the original rule of making them shorts, and then said, I'll just make them as cool as possible. And then the rest is history. It was practice turned into passion project. Nook and Isabel fanfic, can't make it happen. They're best friends in my series, nothing more. Do I like Minecraft? I like Minecraft. Here to share your original stuff? I can't yet, because a lot of the ideas in the original stuff is being recycled into new stuff. So sorry. But also, just imagine anything that I wrote in the past that I might not have shared is still being reused in some capacity in today's projects, just in different ways. Because I don't like to like write stuff that I think are cool ideas and then like just let them sit there. I always like to try to see if I can spin them in new or different ways, so I can hold the excitement of whatever that idea gave to me, but in new projects. Will this stream be available on your channel? Yeah. In the description, there's a playlist link, which is just live stream archives, and that playlist is public on the channel if you go to the playlists tab. And all the live streams that I do are all archived there. They're just unlisted so that they don't clutter up the main channel. And yeah, that's a good time. It's one of your favorite series on YouTube. Thank you. I'm honored that you like it. It's great. You can see paths on Meg's Island before she gets terraforming. Oh, can you? Can you? She doesn't have any paths. Oh, right at the end. Yeah, technically. When's it gonna be released? I don't know. In a month or two, hopefully. Hopefully. Okay. I'm watching your series. It's brilliant. Keeps so close to the game style mechanics. Thank you, Heather. I'm glad you like it. Welcome, Nia? I hope one of those two were correct. Welcome to the stream. unfortunately, you're just in time for pretty much the end of things. We're kind of just wrapping up. We're kind of just wrapping up. But welcome to the stream. Here's a little backflip animation. So cute. You can do it. It's great to be here. It's great to have you here. Don't worry. But do you like the snow? I love the snow. In fact, it's snowing now, I think. It makes life a lot more inconvenient, but I like the snow. Do I have a streaming schedule? Not really. I kind of just stream randomly on days past 6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, sorry. The weeks are a little hectic, so streaming is inconsistent. You're gonna make a fight to the death with giant swords? Do it! That looks so cool. You in Canada too? Yeah. We love Canada. Canada. The place where Canada's do the does. Okay. Well, I think I'll let you guys go. Do I support the LGBT? Of course I do. Of course I do. Alright, I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm kinda hungry, so we're gonna look at my fridge, I guess, for the next hour. I hope you guys all had a great time. I hope you guys learned some stuff. Sorry if the first like 2 hours was me doing this and trying to figure this out. Hopefully the next time I stream, this is all sorted out. Yeah. Other than that, thank you all so much for coming around and hanging out. Ooh, actually, let me go to my comment corner. Thank you guys so much for coming around and hanging out. I hope everybody had a great time doing stuff and working on homework or neglecting your jobs. Yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Really fun. Feel free to come back sometime next week where I will be doing more of this. Probably more rigging. Ooh, we'll see. Maybe more rigging. Maybe we might be doing animating. We'll see. I'm not too sure yet. But yeah, we'll find out next time on the Dongle Show. Oh yeah, all the plugs. Remember to like and subscribe, and you don't have to comment on this. It's a live stream. But like and subscribe and share me to all your friends and family and stuff. If you want to help support the channel, you can either join the Patreon or the YouTube membership, or you can buy some merch in the from the merch store, link in the description, or buy some of the music on Bandcamp, or just stream any of it wherever you like to stream your music. That helps a ton. If you don't want to do any of that, then just subscribing and sharing the content is just as valuable. And yeah, feel free to subscribe to Denzel too. The link isn't in the description, but you can just look up Denzel space the word 2. And for all the behind the scenes stuff, if you're a fan of all these live streams and these behind the scenes bits and me clicking programs and going, Blender, go over there, because we'll be releasing some content after the movie, at least for, we'll be releasing some educational content so that you can do all this yourself, or at least hopefully teaching you how to do all this for yourself. I wouldn't disable the comments. It's just whatever. And yeah, it's gonna be a good time. enjoy the rest of your days, evening, nights, mornings, afternoons, whatever time frame it is currently by you. And I will catch you guys on the flip. Yeah. Take care. Have a good night. Sleep well, etc., etc. We're gonna go to this opening screen here because I like the way this looks. And that's it. I hope you guys all had a great time. High five your families. Tell your parents you love them. Tell your siblings the same. Tell your friends the same too. I'm sure everybody wants to hear that from you. Other than that, make sure to eat your greens. Make sure to always look both ways when crossing the street.